มาร่วมเชียร์พวกเรา MST เทียร์ทอน PUBG
When we jump out of the plane, we'll be closing corners. Will you?
Gearbox sẽ mang nhiệt huyết và quyết tâm cao tới PCS One APAC lần này.
Esports sẽ cố gắng cháy hết mình trong giải PCS APAC sắp tới.
มาร่วมเชียร์พวกเราทีม Continental Gaming.
Jangan lupa dukung kami.
Make sure to vote for purity, and for every vote, you'll get one tank of the PCS.
If you're a fan of OC PUBG or a fan of the old Atletico roster, I encourage you to vote for us.
Hãy cổ vũ cho chúng tôi, Inzilao Esports.
พวกเราทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports PUBG นะครับผมฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเราด้วยนะครับผมในรายการ
Các bạn nhớ ủng hộ và nhấn lên phần và các team của bạn nhé.
มาร่วมเป็นกำลังใจให้กับคิวคอนเฟิร์ม
Jangan lupa dukung kami.
มาร่วมเชียร์พวกเราทีมในเกมมิ่งได้ใน
Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports Tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our two Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on. And the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds.
It's the second day for PCS1 APAC. We've already played through 5 matches, 5 more to come tonight to round out week 1. Welcome back, Jordan. We've got 3 games of Erangel to be played tonight, 2 games of Miramar. Of course, next week is going to be our Miramar week, but for tonight, the teams that have had success on Erangel will get their opportunity to further that success tonight.
Yeah, certainly a few teams that we're going to have to keep an eye on tonight, Xenox. I've been crunching the numbers over the course of the last couple of days and seeing who's been sort of punching above their weight a little bit on Erangel. Teams like Cerberus and Gearbox were the 2 that sort of really shone quite a lot on Erangel and quite significantly let the ball drop on Miramar. You sort of also look towards teams like Fury, Moogi, and MSC as probably teams that we'd say did perform better on Erangel than they were expected to in comparison to the amount of games that they had. You know, a lot of those teams having about 100% of their placement points coming on Erangel, so that doesn't leave a whole lot, obviously, for Miramar. So, look, on one hand, it's good. You know, you got 3 games of Miramar today, so a good chance to pick a few points up if you're a team that's feeling a bit more comfortable on that map in particular. But you still have to look at next week and think, well, if we haven't managed to find even a single placement point on Miramar thus far, how things are going to go if we get to next week. So there's certainly going to be some issues that probably need to be shored up over the course of the next week if that is going to continue to be the case for those teams.
Yeah, before we get into the specifics, I guess, of the actual teams, with 5 games tonight, that'll put us at the halfway mark, of course, for this season of PCS1 APAC. Getting to 10 out of 20 games, Jordan. Realistically, I guess, sort of, where, if you're a team, where would you want to be sitting right now? Around probably 120 points by the end of tonight would be a really good mark, and around 100 points, I would say, would be the ideal point where you'd want to be sitting.
120 points would be absolutely phenomenal, Xenox. I think if we go back and look at the charity showdown, the total points for the winner was 165. So I think if you're probably sitting around 80, 90, you're probably pretty happy with how things have gone yesterday. Throughout the couple of days. I know what you're talking about, though. What you're saying, obviously, you've more or less gone with Q Confirm's total from yesterday and doubled that and gone, all right, 120 points, you'd probably be happy with that. But you do have to remember they had 2 first places and a third and a 5th as well. So they were very, very consistent over the course of yesterday. And I'm not sure that you can necessarily expect that to happen again tonight. So for me, the number I'd probably be aiming for would be about 80 or 90, and I'd be pretty happy going into next week.
Yeah, of course, for those who maybe missed the last couple of PCS tournaments that have been happening in all of the regions, North America, Europe, and of course APAC and Asia, $200,000 for each region in-game sales due to the Pick'em challenges as well, going to contribute to that. And of course, there will be more Pick'em codes coming up on your screens throughout tonight to increase your chances of picking winners and such. I know I did my Pick'em votes the other night. I did kind of cheat, Jordan, and wait for a couple of the games to start. So it's still the same, of course, but having that extra knowledge, I believe you get the first week, and then after that, I don't know the actual specific day. It's like July something, I think. And then, of course, you can't vote anymore. But of course, there's the overview. Yeah, there's the overview of the point system and the games for today as well.
Well, I went to do it actually yesterday, and it said I could still do it again in 7 days. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to wait and see how things are gone after halfway mark. But really, at this point, I think you'd be putting your pick'ems towards a team like Q Confirm. I don't know who else you sort of thought was particularly impressive, but I think they were far and away the best team yesterday, which is obviously evidenced by the fact that they're sitting at the top of the standings. But as you say, you know, we've got 3 more Erangel games today and then a couple of Miramar. Things could certainly change up next week. Although what I will say for Q Confirm is that they were reasonably consistent across both maps.
Yeah, they're definitely the front runners of the pack right now, at least coming in today, to a team that I actually ended up picking. I'll say it. Buriram United, they started off really slow, Jordan, 8th, 13th in their first 2 games, but then 3rd, and 2nd with 6, 6, and 7 kills respectively in those final 3 games. So they're a team I've got my eye on coming into tonight, whether they can continue to sort of keep the ball rolling a bit and sort of make that comeback for Q Confirm, who do have a small lead. Not their biggest lead that they've had. Of course, they had 41 points after the first 2 games on night number 1, 64 in total now, as you can see the leaderboard on your screens in front of you. This is, of course, only 5 games, Jordan, so it's hard to take too much stock into the leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. There are a few sort of trends that you can start to notice, and teams being a little bit more favored on one map or another. Obviously, you mentioned Q Confirm got off to a bit of a banger in their first couple of games, and admittedly, they did slow down, but it's kind of hard to keep up a pace where you've got an 8-kill win and a 13-kill win back-to-back. And at the end of the day, they got a 5th and a 3rd with a 7 and 8 kill respectively. So overall, even their quote-unquote weaker, poorer games were still very, very good. So Q Confirm had a phenomenal day 1. I'm probably not expecting to see them getting 64 points out of today as well. If they do that, they're going to be hard to catch. Let's just put it that way. A couple of the other teams I think that are pretty important to kind of keep a look at. Bahamut Gaming, one in particular, who's currently sitting in 8th place, had a horrible run on Erangel yesterday. 15th, 14th, and 11th in their 3 games there. Turned it around quite substantially on Miramar, and so we're looking at them as probably a team that might be able to come back at the end. You know, a team going into week 2 that are probably going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable maybe on Miramar. And what they're going to be able to do from there, I suppose, is what we will really have to keep an eye on. But if they can at least put a few points on the board, get into the placement points for today on Erangel, we may actually see them jump up a little bit higher than something like 8. And the storyline is pretty much the same, but flipped for Fury, where they started really, really well on Erangel. They had a 5th, a 3rd, and a 4th, and then sort of let the ball drop quite a lot on Miramar. So they're another one of those teams that's having, half of the games, or in this instance, 60% of their games going pretty well, and then 40% not going too well. So they're sitting in 7th. It's not too bad, but they're definitely going to need to be consistent across both maps, and they're going to need to put in, a similar performance tonight on what they did on Erangel yesterday if they're going to be able to retain that 7th place.
Something that's noticeable, of course, with that leaderboard down the very bottom, Carnage, Victim Rise, still the only 2 teams that have yet to find any placement points. It was a bit of a storyline on night 1. A couple of the teams down the bottom were lacking in that department. Of course, they've got some kills. 8 kills is not horrible. Nothing too special, though, to be said. Those are the 2 teams I'm looking at tonight, and potentially even the team just above them, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, to try and find another gear, Jordan, try and find a step up, continue to compete, because for the most part, besides Q Confirm running away with everything, it has been a relatively even lobby, this APAC region, down to, say, Day Trade Gaming at 13th position, who, I know they're only on 18 points, but a good night here tonight could get them back in the running.
Yeah, definitely. To touch on, for at least unfortunately for Carnage and VTR, neither of those teams having picked up placement points, I think obviously that's an easy thing to look at and say, okay, we need to fix that, right? It's one thing to be able to put some kills on the board, but you definitely need to be getting into the placements. And I'd even argue that I think placement points are more valuable than kill points this early on in the piece, because it's just showing that you're being able to survive long enough to at least even then have the possibility, the option of getting those kills. If you're getting knocked out before you even get into 8th place, then yes, you can pick up a few kills here or there, but it's kind of indicating that you're not being able to tussle with the big boys over a little bit more of a consistent basis. So that's definitely a good indication of maybe the teams that are struggling and the teams that aren't quite ready for this level of competition.
Yeah, and I think the other thing for me tonight that I want to look at, I mentioned Carnage and Victim Rise, but on the other end of the spectrum, can teams like Golden Cat, Cerberus, Buriram, can they continue to sort of just keep in touch with Q Confirm? Obviously, a lot of that depends on whether or not Q Confirm continue their awesome start here. A lot of people sort of having their take after the first 5 games are all pretty much convinced that Q Confirm is the best team right now in this lobby here for APAC. And if they're able to continue that trend that they said on night 1, I can't see anyone beating them. In saying that, as long as those teams below them, Cerberus, Golden Cat, Buriram, like I mentioned, if they can just continue to put the pressure on Q Confirm, from what we saw in Charity Showdown, Q Confirm, who got off to a good start, ended up just being reeled in a bit. They ended up finishing somewhere in the top 5.
They finished
second. They finished second, but they again, like PCS1, got off to an amazing start in the end. Division X ended up taking the win. So provided those teams that are just below them can just stay in the race, continue to play well, maybe Q Confirm will sort of just slip up again at some point and let them take first place.
I will say, actually, for Q Confirm, it was second place, and they were equal placement points, actually, with Buriram. They just actually managed to get a couple more kills. So the overall total was 137 points for both Q Confirm and Buriram, and it was really just coming down to that kill point tiebreaker. Yeah, and you're exactly right when you say that they started well. In fact, they actually finished okay as well. They had some pretty decent games towards the end. It was sort of day 2 and early day 3 that kind of let Q Confirm down in the Charity Showdown, which is where Division X obviously was able to pick a lot of their points up. So we're going into that stage of the competition right now, Xenox, and for Q Confirm, some pretty important matches coming up.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I'm sort of just trying to see what transpires now going into not just tonight, but I guess even the start of next week as well for Q Confirm. Like, if they roll tonight in a similar manner to they did on night 1, as I said, I don't see anyone catching Q Confirm, but they've still got to put in the work. And there are teams that are hot on their heels, Jordan, Cerberus, Golden Cat, Buriram, even teams like Moggy, Divine Fury, still thereabouts, and then Bahamut makes up the entire top 8. Erangel, we go for game number 1 here tonight for day 2 of PCS1 APAC, and it is, of course, Q Confirm leading the lobby currently. We'll see how things shape up, though, by the end of the night.
Yeah, it's interesting that we get to see a bit of an indication as to what we're getting out of Erangel as well. You can see Cerberus picking up 42 points on Erangel, even more than Q Confirm, which is in line exactly with the statistics that I'm talking about, Xenox. And to throw a number in your direction, Cerberus picked up 94% of their placement points and 84% of their kill points on this map. So it's going to have to be a big start for Cerberus or a massive turnaround on Miramar if they want to keep themselves in that top 5 discussion today.
Well, as we just kind of breathe a bit, one of the things that's obviously very noticeable right now is Astra going towards Severny, Jordan. Now, we very much saw them going to Watertown for the most part. I think almost all 3 games of Erangel on night 1. They had a lot of contention, though, with...
Eagle Shooter Sentinel it was.
Eagle Sentinel, yep, that was the one. So they elected to change their drop location. Now it looks like they're being met by DRC Gaming, though.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing about that is it's not a location that DIC has been dropping at all in this competition either. So both Astra and DIC have actually changed up their drop locations, and perhaps without knowledge that the other team was going to do that. So in a sense, I guess the idea here for Astra, at least, was that they were getting contested and they didn't want to get contested. They wanted to play their own game. And so they've changed up their drop location. But DIC has also changed up their drop location. Now, I can't tell you why DIC has changed their drop location because they weren't actually being contested yesterday. They were taking Gatka Field relatively okay. But for some reason, today, they've changed up their drop. And, well, Carnage has kind of moved into Gatka Field is what I can see on the map stream. So there's a few changes from even what we saw yesterday. And it's not necessarily all just teams that were being contested.
Yeah, very strange. But at the same time, you've got teams that have finished off night 1, gone back, watched the VODs, wanted to see what can we change, including that, of course, is drop locations. Maybe DIC have seen that Severny is available as well. Didn't quite get the memo from Astra, who, from what I know, is that they were dropping Severny in scrims, apparently. So Astra definitely feeling like this was available. DIC maybe wanting to throw a spanner in the works for Astra. Not sure exactly. See how it plays out. The good news for Astra, though, Jordan, is they've got at least some recent experience in having to deal with another team at their drop location.
Yeah, certainly. A team that's not being challenged. Oh, dear, Bryn, that's unfortunate. He's just been headshot out of his UAS there by Therathon, or, well, MSC. And it's Receipted Jr. who will pick up the first point of today for his team. Little unfortunate for Carnage. They haven't really been getting the ball rolling at all, and that's certainly not going to help. But what I did want to say was that one of the teams that we're not expecting to see hot dropped at all is going to be Q Confirm, who have arguably one of the best drop locations in the game in Pachinki, center of the circle, and best team in the competition right now. So there's not going to be anyone that's really too eager to try and challenge them at the moment. And they're certainly sitting pretty with the way that this circle shift has initially come in as well, Xenox. It's looking like a pretty standard one just across the majority of the mainland. And so they've got a really central position here. I think for Q Confirm, it's basically the best start that you could have asked for.
Yeah, reminder though, for you guys at home that want to keep an eye on the map in a more constant position, PCS_map on Twitch to have the live updated map at all times so you can keep an eye on the circle shifts where everyone's rotating, moving, and looting. Of course, the pick'em codes will be on your screen at some point tonight, so keep an eye out for those as well as we have a look at Team Cerberus for the moment. Second place currently. MSC Theraton still chasing down Carnage. Rain's able to get away. And they'll just turn back around over the Gatka Fields region. Pretty easy rotation, I guess, for MSC from here, just pushing in to a more eastern direction towards the Pachinki, Potato Hill way. Carnage lose 1, but they're a team that just really needs to try and stay alive as best as possible, Jordan, to get those placement points. Unfortunately, only having 3 is going to make it more difficult here moving on.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to be having that same kind of a discussion tonight. I think Xenox, Victim Rise definitely been struggling up to this point. They're sitting in 15th place, and so far no points coming from the placements for them either. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I guess it is what it is, and maybe things can turn around for them. It's quite strange when you consider that, you know, they're a team that's got control of Rozok, which is, again, another pretty premium drop location here on Erangel. And yet they've not been able to get themselves into the placement points at all. You would think that they should have better rotations in than a lot of teams, and as a result, be able to get some placement points on the board, but that just has not been the case. Rossiter
Jr. just driving around Gatka Fields with no real care, although depending on knowledge of the drop locations of teams around them when they were dropping out of the planes, they would have had a pretty decent idea of how many teams would have been around the region of Gatka. And in this case, they knew that Carnage were around, but they're just playing very ballsy, driving around without a care in the world, Jordan. But that's sort of the style that we see a lot of the times from these players and teams in the Southeast Asian region. The gears and setting, though, for Nocturne of Moggy Esports, you do like to see that.
Yeah, what DPI do you play at, Xenox?
I play at 400 DPI, yeah.
I play 800, actually, so I got a little bit of a higher sense than you, I guess. It's interesting always to note, and I think a lot of the time you do see these pro players having a lower DPI setting. It tends to make aiming a little bit easier because you're not over adjusting and you're not getting that sort of shaky aim that you tend to get from high sensitivities.
I apologize, Jordan. I've lied to you. It's 800. I just checked.
Okay, that's cool. We're on the same page then. I like a bit of 800. I don't have a huge desk, so obviously also affected by what your in-game sensitivity setting is as well. So you don't get a huge idea exactly of what they are looking for, but generally you see someone with 400 DPI and you're thinking it's probably a pretty low sensing game as well.
John, Gearbox on the move, 400 DPI might probably be a common factor. Back over to Astra and DIC. JJ Leo just hanging out patiently on the other side of this garage wall. Extreme Nikus, from the looks of it, Jordan, aren't going to have much of an idea here. Both of these two teams have now pushed down to this compound away from Saverni. Town south. JJ Leo doesn't get a big shot onto Nikus, but he has got two to contend with. The immediate refrag from Nikus comes in as soon as Extreme was knocked down. Well played from Astra, moving as a pair. Now Zoid starts to push in as well. So they've got the numbers here, along with Linksy coming in that dance here. The nade from Anquan towards Linksy, and Zoid makes the position as soon as they push out. Linksy takes a bit of that damage, down to about 60% health, and another nade equipped immediately from Anquan as he pulls back. Astra don't have his location covered. 74R1 back over towards the Reds as they look to still flush out Extreme and Nikus, and Extreme has been revived, healed up, 4 up for Astra.
This could be a good grenade, though, coming in from 74L1. Doesn't quite land in the window. Otherwise, that would have been the end of Extreme for the second time. That would not have been fun for Astra, but it seems they have won this minor engagement, and DIC are going to get the heck out of there. They're not interested anymore. Spam coming through from Nikus and Zoid, mate, but DIC will escape with one player dropped. Still, not the end of the world, but first blood for Astra in this, what I imagine would be a night-long skirmish on Erangel if they both continue to drop in Saverni.
Well, that's going to be something that we will hopefully keep track of as the night takes place, whether or not either of them keep dropping Saverni. I mean, DIC may look to move. Astra may look to go back to Watertown, which from what we saw on the drop here in Game 1 was available. Eagle Sentinel Shooter didn't go to Watertown this game. So that could be something that Astra look at as we have a look at our PCS1 champion projection from here on out. You confirm with a 35% as Vanotica just gets breached by Entry Fragger, a man of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They're on the board as we are 5 seconds away from phase 2. I would have liked to have had the projection stats up just a little bit longer, but of course with this timing, phase 2, it's a center circle. Not too much is going to happen from that though.
Yeah, absolutely. Eagle Sentinel Shooter in an engagement early on in the piece again here on Erangel, and I'm not sure that I necessarily like to see that, Xenox, because they are one of the teams that has struggled to get placement points on the board. So for their sake, I'd much prefer to actually just see them getting a bit of a safer rotation in here and maybe playing that long game, similar to perhaps what Cerberus is doing at the moment. They've set themselves up pretty nicely. With some shots through, though, for Saki as he sees Day Trade on the rotation past him. Looking like everyone's going to get out of there relatively okay. But at the moment, we see that circle shift, phase 2 just popping. Everyone's starting to rotate in. Q confirm, right on top of Potato Hill. That's going to be, I think, a premium position. That's where everyone's looking to rotate to. But it may be a little more difficult for these guys down on the southern coast to do that, because they are kind of getting locked into some engagements against each other.
Definitely agree with you that Q confirm over towards Potato Hill. Probably going to have the favorable position as this game does transpire. Down south, I don't think Cerberus are in a bad spot either. And the other thing with Potato Hill as well is it depends on how many teams sort of turn their attention to that position and want to make their way up there. If you've got 3-4 teams all wanting to go to Potato Hill, it can become very chaotic. As MSC start to make their way out of the Gakka fields towards Chinky, may just want to take a pit stop at the church. We'll see if they continue to push past it though. If they do, the next best location for them is probably the farmhouses on the side of the Pajinki Fields or Potato Hill itself. They may just want to take a breather, though, at least for the next 2 minutes, see what phase 3 brings us. Because if we do go north, then it's looking more like an Apps school finish. If we go south, something like Snake finish around where Cerberus is currently looting, and of course Central, then we know Potato Hill is going to be the finishing point at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to sort of just hedge your bets at the moment. You don't necessarily need to dive straight into the center of the circle, particularly with some of the shifts that we've been seeing so far in PCS APAC being quite hard shifts. And there's always the possibility that this does go back towards the west, and then MSC is going to be feeling a little bit more happy about how things have panned on out. DIC are also rotating in from the Gatka fields, and they may well run into MSC fairly shortly if they continue on this current trajectory that they're seeing. What's going on, whether or not there's too much towards that warehouse near Pachinki. Doesn't look like they've spotted MSC just yet, but nor have they committed to it, so they'll be okay for now. Buriram down here by Farm, which is one of their favored drop locations, will be coming in from Milta, I guess, and they'll be happy to see that there's not a whole lot going on actually on this side of the circle. Well, Astra going to be rotating down from the north. They obviously dealt with DIC a little bit earlier on in the piece, but as a result of taking that longer engagement, it means that they are unfortunately one of the teams that comes into the circle a little bit later on than the majority. You can see them, I'd say, with one of the less favorable positions at the moment, and they'll have to work hard to get into the circle if it doesn't shift towards them, which it hasn't. Taking a look at things there, it's gone straight down into the center and right on top of Potato Hill. So we were talking about that a little bit earlier on. And Q confirm Golden Cat will be quite happy. Maogi Esports, even Carnage to an extent with those farmhouses out to the eastern side of Pachinki, might have the ability to farm up quite a bit of damage at the moment because teams will start to rotate in their direction. See how this all pans out because there'll be a lot of moving and shaking going on right now. DIC in particular, one of the teams that was hugging the circle and is going to have to move as a result of this shift. Kamuk now hiding below his Dacia. We'll be hearing the shots that are being put out by Astra, calling potentially for a bit of backup. I'm just watching Fury on the map, on PCS_map, and seeing what they're trying to do. It looks like they're going south. It looks like the rest of Fury aren't too interested in taking this engagement. You'll see Waikiki Kamukau will get himself in the Dacia there and back off as well. Linksy keeping an eye on that, but I think we'll see not too much of devastation for the Oceanic fans. Seeing Fury and Astra going up against each other. Monty has been knocked over though. I'm not sure whether that's from Gearbox or not, but they're going to capitalize on it. I have to imagine that it is. And we'll go and pick up that flag. So that's good decisiveness from Gearbox, knowing that's their opportunity to get across the Pachinki field, getting that knock onto Monty, and they have capitalized on it. Leaves B2 and Rain alone for Carnage because Bryn was knocked down earlier on in the piece as well. So quite unfortunate this game so far for Carnage, and it seems their fortunes have not changed from yesterday. Astra will now opt to make their move. VTR kind of a little bit in the way of where Astra might want to rotate in. There's a 2-2 split actually from VTR. So if Astra do end up deciding to crash one of the compounds, there could be a problem for VTR. Fury's going to go past Buru. Ram Chooks, he won't be too keen on seeing that at all. That's an unfortunate loss for Fury, and no trade coming really back from them. Ronan has gotten the knock onto Edie, but in the meanwhile, Waikiki fell as well. And now the blue starts to push in. Ronan in all sorts of trouble. He's going to try and get out of there, but it's not going to happen. It's just an ill-advised rotation from Fury that has got the better of them. Linksy, in the meanwhile, gets a knock onto Levi's. It is not looking too good for Fury as a result of that rotation. Insight has a UAZ that's lacking 2 wheels, and it might just be about to blow up sooner or later if those shots continue to come in. He is going to have to jump out, but doesn't in time. And Buriram United Esports will eliminate Fury Australia in 16th place as the first loss for tonight in PCS APAC day number 2. Some good points on the board there for Buriram early on in the piece as well. They're one of the teams that is in the chase for kills for them, 4 points on the board for them as well. And I think we are going to see this next circle coming in. Phase 4, straight into Potato Hill again.
You know what else we're going to see, Jordan?
Hmm.
You're going to see me come back.
Oh, I didn't even notice you were gone. I was having so much fun.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Hey, look, I'm just glad we're back in. Although you're going to have to probably right here.
Fury.
Finds Matey. Fury, okay, they're out early. That's not something that the Oceanic teams would be happy to see. Buriram, though, 5 kills early gone. And I did say in the pregame, Jordan, they were a team that I had my eyes on to continue their strong form that ended night 1. God Meow's going to get the knockdown of the flush onto Flash. 6 kills now. Decent start for them here for match number 1 of day 2. Norja, though, going to be knocked down. Although not flushed by Poochills, runs out of ammunition. A save is the girl who gets the elimination for Cerberus.
Yeah, good stuff for Cerberus. Divine Esports did see Levi's knocked earlier on in the piece by Lynxy, but seems he's been picked back on up okay. They have a bit of information as to what's going on for Buriram, and if God Meow continues on the trajectory that he is, he may find himself in a bit of a crossfire, and he has indeed. The grenade's going to be thrown on out. God Meow has no chance. Namc will finish him off with the barrel, and God Meow will not be getting rezzed. There is no chance for Buriram, who are in a real spot of bother. You can see the rest of Cerberus now starting to push in onto Buriram as well. They know they have an advantage here, Xenox.
Yeah. Well, DIC Gaming out in 14th position. And Cerberus looking at a pretty good spot, but they're going to have to continue to move into this next circle. Blue is now moving. Turtle spotting Haisaki, who can now push behind the tree and at least take this fight. Only for a moment in time, though. 1.5 minutes until phase 5. Can't stay there forever. Astra, Zoid just watching on from a distance. Lynxy at the top of Potato Hill, just keeping that spot under control for them. Oh, Subban cannot stand still like that. Zoid mate's always just going to take your head off cleanly. As Extreme also got Namc 3.
Yeah, good stuff from Astra. Divine certainly copying the brunt of it. Nicky looks like he will get Raz back on up here in the smoke. And Cerberus don't want to be involved in this all that much longer. The circle's starting to push at their back. They know that they have to get in. And actually, this has been a really nice rotation in from Astra. You think about where they started this game and how dire it was looking for them coming in from the outside of the circle. Now they're actually center circle. They have control of Potato Hill, and they have good information as to which teams are around them. We'll turn our attention back towards another Oceanic team, which will be Carnage down there to the western side of Pachinki, dealing with the Gearbox fellas, or Gen, rather, in the building that both Carnage members are in control of. And for now, neither team has to move. B2 and Rain definitely don't want to be moving. That's a good grenade from Jun, already putting a player down low. The Molotov coming back on through. This is certainly not a fun situation for Carnage to be in. I don't know if Rain's going to survive. He does, 1 tick away, but the grenades are still going to get thrown on in. Here comes Gearbox, and I dare say this will be the end of Carnage. They'll have to hit some great shots to survive. B2's gotten 1, Rain another, but it's just not enough. There's way too many Gearbox players, and a 2v4, you can always imagine which way that is going to go. Little circle update for you as well. It's gone for a hard shift, something that we've been missing since early on in day 1, but this time up to the northeast, and that'll favor Astra, that'll favor QC continually. Maogi, very, very happy to see that kind of a shift. Same for VTR, but some big points available for a lot of those teams that are favored by that circle shift. To confirm, 3 kills on the board, some decent points out of day 1 so far, and day 2 looking like it's starting pretty nicely for them as well. They're a solid team and controlling this high ground very nicely, making the rotations difficult for MSC, Gearbox, Eagle Shooter, Sentinel as well, going to be in that mix. So for Q Confirm, they actually are really a big gatekeeper for this circle. They are the one that is keeping the majority of teams at bay, being on this dangerous edge. And I'm not sure really how they'd feel about that, to be honest, because on one hand, the opportunity does present itself to pick up a lot of kill points, and then make the placement points a little bit more difficult to find. Well, MSC are going to have to move. Circle starting to push out their back, and they've unfortunately got Gearbox to deal with, but luckily, maybe for MSC, Q Confirm is going to help them out with a few shots onto Gearbox, although I think they're probably going to suffer much the same fate once Gearbox has been dealt with. Kill feed really starting to pop off now, as a lot of teams do have to take difficult rotation paths in up hills in particular, because we are looking towards the top of Potato Hill as being in the circle. So anyone that's sitting down the bottom is not having a good time at all. QC, Q confirm, grabbing themselves another point as another kill goes their way. 4 this time. And Gearbox already suffering a deficit. MSC were eliminated in the meanwhile. Jayers has gotten the knock onto Jun, and it's just not looking like a fun rotation in for Gearbox at all. It's a farm for Q Confirm and for Astra, admittedly. Lynxy on the kill feed there, picking himself up another one. So Astra certainly putting in a good name for themselves here in day 2. Tournament, however, has been knocked down, so that's perhaps the first misfortune that has been faced by Astra. Nikus goes down as well, and that's not looking too good. We might be seeing the end of them here. Extreme and Lynxy trying to hold on. It's Jexy who's causing most of the problems. It wasn't, I guess, enough to deal with all of Atletico. Here we go again. Astra, I should say. But they have certainly struggled. Well, they're going to get Nikus back on up, Xenox, so they might actually be not too disappointed by that. I thought they might lose Nikus as well. But to be honest, that hasn't worked out too poorly for Astra, as long as Extreme can deal with Basil, which he does.
Yep. Isaki, though, did get the knockdown onto Nikus just prior to that. Still 2 up. Never mind. Make it 1 because JN just finds Lynxy from behind. Nice knockdown. Has the nade, looking for the flush, or at least maybe even a combination of the flush and Extreme. Extreme at half health. Has to be careful. Fortunately, rolls down the hill and away from him. Extreme's got so much pressure, though, from both sides. In the end is met from JN. JS, though, then also spells the end for Gearbox. Q Confirm running away with this first match now. 7 kills. And they've picked certainly right up where they left off on night 1, Jordan.
I have to agree with you, Xenox, being that third party coming in there as well. They've got a couple more kills off the back of that engagement. And now if you take a look at the map as well, they've just got full control really of the southern area over towards the west as well. There's just nothing going on apart from Q Confirm, who are going to wait and see where all of these teams are going to engage from, but they're all going to engage each other before they end up fighting Q Confirm. So this is looking like, to be honest, if things continue to go the way that they have here in this first game, Q Confirm might well pick themselves up another victory. It'll be their 3rd for PCS APAC Series 1.
So it makes it so much harder as well for those teams below them to have the morale to catch up and keep trying to stay within touching distance. Cerberus has done okay this game, still 19 points behind. And look, there's still so many games still to be played, but what we're trying to sort of insinuate here is this trend is now continuing for Q Confirm from night 1 over to night 2. And if they can get to around that 110 to 120 point mark by the end of the night, they're going to be so difficult to catch going into the next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone has to do something about it, and I'm not sure really that I'm seeing anyone that really can. Q Confirm may get pushed by Golden Cat, who are kind of the other strong-looking competitor in this remainder group. They've got all 4 players alive, far up to the north, but they are down the hill. That's the disadvantage for them. Q Confirm with a 2-2 split, controlling the southern and western parts of the circle. And letting everyone else really take those engagements while sort of pinging them in the back or in the side. Divine copying a brunt of those bullets. Augie Esports trying to deal with VTR at the moment, and Jet is firing a few shots across through the smoke. 2 players knocked on Augie Esports though, and they've got Divine above them. And VTR below them, so it's not a fun place to be in. I don't think this circle's fun to be in at all, to be honest, and apart from if your name is Q Confirmed, because they just seem to be stealing a lot of the frags, stealing a lot of the kills, taking all the positioning, and letting everyone else do the dirty work.
Exactly right. I mean, but we kind of touched on it at the beginning of this game when we mentioned Potato Hill as a very valuable position to be in. In the end, the way, of course, the circle dictates whether or not that's going to be true or not. In the end, in this case, it did. Golden Cat, you know, they're going to be in the circle, but they're at a low ground position compared to Q Confirm. Victim Rise going to be able to move past Monkey, taking out Jet, but how much do you really give them a chance from this sort of position? Still much better from Victim Rise, who were down the bottom with Carnage, Jordan, if you recall. So they have been able to basically go from last to 13th position. They're going to get their first placement points. Q confirm though with 4 alive, top of this hill. I don't see anyone else winning this game.
Well, I mean, look, it is 4v4v4, and we know things can go wrong very quickly in a game like PUBG. So Q confirm they can't really necessarily rest on their laurels right now. They do probably have the best position, but if VTR and Golden Cat both decide to push in the direction of Q confirm at the same time, that's where things can come unstuck. So you just need to ensure that they keep an eye on what's going on here, ensure that they don't get sandwiched. VTR are a little bit on the move. Kamals has got himself a good spot. There's some knocks coming in on both sides. Golden Cat suffering too. Sixax and Tonk down. And it may well end up being VTR and Q confirm up against each other at this rate.
Live is finishing off Sixax, and the odds of really Q confirmed not being if Q confirmed don't win this, it's a throw from this point. The only thing I can see happening is if somehow Victim Rise ignore and don't really get into a fight with Golden Cat at any point, and then they all sort of just tag team onto Q confirm. But you can see already, like, Victim Rise have to push forward, Golden Cat also have to push up. They're going to just collide regardless. I mean, Q confirm could watch on if they really want to and just let them kill each other. But also at the same time, if you Q confirm, this is a really easy opportunity to pick up kills. So much pressure on Victim Rise. You consider the blue. Look how close they are. Then down the hill, you've got Golden Cat. In front of you, you've got Q confirm. It's tough for these guys here, even though they got 4 alive.
I mean, I think the luxury is there for Q confirm that they can even try to play a little bit aggressively at this point. You know, they're well clear of Cerberus in second place. They're 20 points clear of them already this early on in the competition, so they aren't feeling any pressure at all. They can afford to play a little bit more aggressively and see if they can even increase that lead further, right? If they finish off the next 3 or 4 kills or get, you know, something like 6 kills out of this, they're just going to skyrocket even further ahead. If they die, they lose a couple of players, okay, just retract back a little bit, see if you can play for those placements again up towards, you know, second or potentially even first place, I guess. But it's not going to cost you all that much at the end of the day because you still have that astronomical lead over the rest of the competition. Of course, right now, what they are doing is really smart. They've just pushed forward. They've taken control of the circle. They've almost kind of cut the circle in half with their positioning. And so there's almost no situation where they get screwed over by RNG or screwed over by the circle here as we head into the very late stages. It's going to be them to dictate how this circle plays out.
Tanoy, though, just getting very, very close to Victim Rise, maybe too close. Chibarit able to spot him. 4 health, they're not able to get the knockdown on him, and now Q confirm can also start taking shots on the Victim Rise with the knockdown onto Kamals. Gems takes a bit of damage though. Q confirm don't want to have anyone knocked down or missing towards the end of this. Chowman has some easy shots though. Tonke, Maximus, it's a firing range for Q confirm right now. They just slaughter Golden Cat, and Victim Rise are now eliminated at the hands of both Golden Cat and Q confirm. At the very least for Golden Cat, they're going to get second place here, Jordan. By the end of this, they're going to be about level points with Cerberus, but Q confirm continue to just pull away. Is anyone going to be able to stop them?
I don't think so at this point, Xenox. That was just utter dominance again from Q confirm, and it didn't even feel like in any single one of those fights, in any position at all throughout that game, were they under pressure. Now, granted, they did have some favorable circle shifts, Xenox. I will say that they had to move from Pachinki to Potato Hill, and that was it. It wasn't a huge rotation for Q confirm, but they really took advantage of it. 11 kill win again. The consistency continues to be there for Q confirm. They've got to be happy with how they've started off day 2 as well. Touching on some of the negatives, I guess, Fury out in 16th place. It's been their better map, Erangel, so far in this competition. So to see them have that rough start, a poor sort of ill-advised rotation through Buriram, a bit tough to sort of swallow, I guess, for Fury, but there's still time to kind of bounce back from it. Astra, they come in 4th overall, but their placement points only 1. They had a lot of fighting going on around them. They got a lot of kill points. It's good points, but again, just another one of those games that hasn't quite been able to be converted and could have been something greater than what it was.
Yeah, but I think for Astra, you take that 10-point game's pretty decent. It's just that the downside is Q confirm runs away with it. I mean, if Q confirm get nothing from this game, they would be sitting at around 60 points. So that would mean Astra would have been able to sort of get back in the race for first. But because of Q confirm's game, despite Astra's 10 points, Q confirm still getting 11 extra points as well against that. Golden Cat doing well. to a degree, Surprise, 6 points is okay. Buriram, 6 points is okay. But when your opposition is getting 21 points, when they're going to be like 30 points above second and third now moving forward, that just spells disaster for these teams. And we sort of touched on it a little bit before in terms of morale. You know, when you're having to sort of catch up these really, really large numbers when that team is in first place by such a large margin. And if by the end of the night, Jordan, if it is something like 40, 50 points with only 10 games to go, that is just demoralizing.
Yeah, for sure. I think for that first game, the real winners, of course, Q Confirm and Golden Cat, really. The fact that Golden Cat still in third place going into today, have been able to, you know, sort of step forward, take up to second place. They're towards second place, at least. I think they're still sitting in third overall by 1 point, maybe. But they've certainly closed that gap. You know, they're starting to really shift forward, and I think that's really good to see for Golden Cat. You know, it's kind of a case of, yeah, look, if Q Confirm is performing phenomenally, at least let's try to keep pace with them. Let's try to make sure that going into the final day, it's nothing more than a 20 or 30 point gap, which is difficult to overcome, sure, but it's still theoretically possible. So I think for quite a few teams, they definitely are going to be looking at just trying to keep pace with Q Confirm at this point.
Yeah, look, I think for Q Confirm right now, they're also in this very valuable position where they don't need to have these 20-point games much more. You only need maybe 1 or 2, and then as long as you're averaging 6 or 8 points a game from here on out, and then even then, they can now afford to slip up and have a 0-point game here or there. So a lot of the pressure has sort of been relieved off their shoulders moving forward, increasing sort of their own chances of being able to go on and take first place, which if I was Q Confirmed, this would be sort of the task at hand for them. This time around, unlike Charity Showdown, let's keep this up. Let's actually take out first this time. We're going to go to a break. On the other side will be game number 2. Well, the Q confirmed train has not slowed down at all. In fact, I don't think it's stopping at any stations anytime soon, Jordan. They took out game number 1. Right now, I don't see anyone beating them. And look, honestly, they're quite clearly the best team in the region.
Well, Xenox, I mean, at the moment, they're sitting at a 50% win rate. They've won 3 out of 6 games, and they had a 3rd place and a 5th place in a couple of the other games as well. Their average placing is 4.5, and that's being quite heavily dragged down by their round 3 performance where they came 16th. So, look, I don't really know who can kind of catch Q Confirm at this point. It seems like they're pretty unstoppable. There's no one that's even really coming close. I guess Golden Cat is kind of keeping toe-to-toe with them, sitting on an average placement of 5.7. Certainly a lot of kills coming through as well for Cerberus. They're putting some numbers on the board just in that respect. But those are the only other 2 teams that are even sort of keeping somewhat close to Q Confirm. When you look past that, Boomerang at 45 points, Q Confirm at 85. We're 6 games in, and they're almost still double points of their next, couple of highest contenders. It's a really tough game here for the rest now to sort of continue to match the pace that Q Confirm is so far. With that all said and done, though, Xenox, it's not even the halfway point. So,
no,
realistically, Q Confirm could just kick the bucket from here and miss 5 or 6 games in a row where they have no placement points, very few kill points, and we're right back into a discussion. The only reason we're so excited about Q Confirm is just because of the dominance that they've really showed so far.
And that's also with one of their games, which came in round 3 of night 1, where they actually got a last place finish with 0 kills. So they got 0 points out of that. So everything that they've done, they've still had that one blip. They had that one slip up. I think every team right now in the lobby is hoping they have more than just one more. They need another 2, 3 more. They need Miramar to go slow. They need this next game to go slow. They need this train to slow down. If Q Confirm continue to pick up the pace, they're going to run away with this one, Jordan.
They certainly are indeed. We'll take a look at how the playing path looks, and it seems to be actually pretty good. It's, straight through the center of the map. Most teams are going to get the drop locations that they would want. Now, that is going to, again, be another interesting discussion. Victim Rise, I can see going towards Rozok. Eagle Shooter Sentinel going back down to Ferry Pier. My question is, where is Astra? Because they're not going to Watertown right now. Eagle Shooter Sentinel was contesting Watertown, so was Astra. Both of those teams now seem to have given that position up. And I see Astra do just jump out of the plane quite late. So they're going somewhere towards Milta Power. I don't know, Prison maybe? Certainly changing things across the board today for them.
Yeah. Stats for gems overall 74. It reminds me of a lot of those sport games where you got like the trading card and you got up to like 90 something. That'd be kind of cool to have something for PUBG. But the thing with Confirm is I remember very distinctively back at Charity Showdown, Jordan, we were praising Gems and Jao, man. They were like the dynamic duo. They were doing everything. But Jayas and Svit are more than just the best of the rest. These guys are insanely talented as well. That's what makes this team one of the best in the region. And right now they're playing probably way closer to their true peak potential than they even did in Charity Showdown. And even then, Charity Showdown, they still played amazing. They finished second.
Yeah, I thought for Charity Showdown, they probably should have finished first based on the way they started. It was that sort of middle period of the competition that really slowed down for them and looked quite disappointing. But if they would have continued to sort of hit their peak form, they would have been far and away the best team there. But they sort of did leave the door open a little bit for Division X Gaming, who obviously took advantage of it. Now, taking a look at that initial circle, Xenox, I'm sure everyone who was watching saw it on the minimap, but if you didn't, you can take a look at PCS_map and follow along the action there. But it's gone all the way up towards Zaki. We've got a very, very hard sort of northwestern shift, which is not something that we've seen all that much here so far in PCS APAC. I can't remember a circle like this in Charity Showdown, and certainly not in this season of PCS either. So this will be interesting to see how teams sort of negotiate this one. I do feel a little bit sorry for Astra, who, initially they wanted to go Watertown, then they wanted to go Severny. Now they've decided to go towards Milta Power, and the circle's gone on to the exact opposite side of the map to them.
Yeah, look, they haven't exactly had the best of times with circles and drops, but even then, you look at Astra and think the 7th place, 34 points, certainly performing a lot better than they did in the Charity Showdown, which, if I recall, was like a 13th place finish to end the Charity Showdown. So they're in a position where they can continue to fight for top 5. Like if we think that top spot is going to be hard to reach, not impossible, long way to go, still a lot of games to be played, but something like top 5 any team can still get top 5, even Carnage and last players, if they can turn, sort of tonight around and then turn next week around as well. Buriram United, they were one of my picks where I thought they would continue to sort of improve on the back end of their second half of night 1. So far, after match 1, they did okay, 6 points, if I recall as well there. But there's more potential, I think, in that team still to be played. If we're seeing Q Confirm playing at their peak, we're not seeing Buriram at their peak.
No, probably not. And we're probably not seeing any of the other teams being able to sort of match that level either. I think you're probably expecting to see something a little bit higher from Cerberus, from Golden Cat. And that's the beauty of this competition, is that there are quite a few teams that are just sitting below Q Confirm in terms of their output so far. But it does seem like there's a little bit left in the tank, that if Q Confirm does slip up, there's going to be someone that's going to take advantage of that and going to overtake them pretty quickly indeed. Carnage, on our screens, are probably not one of those teams that's going to be able to overtake Q Confirm, but they have got themselves a bit more of a favorable shift than some of the ones that they've seen so far in this competition. So they do just have to drive up that western coast and probably, I don't know, like, do you go to the northern side of Georgia Pole here, or do you stay south with this kind of a circle? Because I guess the majority of land is toward the northern side, but there's still a real possibility this goes back to south.
It's a tough one. I think rather than what you're saying, picking a side, you can put yourself in a position where you can go either side depending on what happens phase 2, phase 3, for instance, right? So positioning yourself around like Cube, for instance, is a really good spot to be right now. And then take either the north side or south side at ease, typically. But also, I think a lot of it comes down to sort of where did you drop? Like, if you were on the north side, you're probably going to just hold north side, right? You're not going to then go down south to put yourself in a position. If you were looting south of like the Rosehawk River, for instance, Jordan, then you probably just stay south side and see what happens next.
I mean, guess what? If you're a team like Astro, who's down toward Milton Power, they've got a long rotation. It seems like they'll be heading toward the north if they continue the rotation that they're making. DIC is one of those teams that has that interesting position where they can kind of play half and half. They can hedge their bets to the south right now, but they can play right on the river so that if they do need to go north, they'll be one of the first teams to cross. Difficulty with that is that there are already a bunch of teams that are actually already across to the northern side. So they may have a bit of difficulty getting across either way. But for now, I mean, everyone's probably pretty happy. Like, this is a pretty open circle, and there's a lot of rotation paths in. So I don't think we're going to be seeing too many engagements this early on in the piece. Carnage and Maogi are getting relatively close by here in North Georgia Pole, but Carnage have decided to go out to the west. Maogi have decided to go out towards the east. Neither team too interested in an engagement just yet.
But even North Georgia Pole Apartment's pretty decent spot to be positioned. You can take the Georgia Pole Bridge if needed. If you need to go south, like if it's a really desperate manner. If not, and you feel like Georgia Pole Bridge is not that safe, then you can go and wrap the long way around, like in the eastern direction. So I think North Georgia Pole's fine. South Georgia Pole's fine for that matter as well. Golden Cat going to find this crate tonight. The Grows are in hand now for them. And Golden Cat, Cerberus, those two teams sitting in third and second respectively. I don't think they're too upset. Considering 30 points is not a massive gap, but those two have been playing pretty well. It's Extreme just avoiding the shots of Bahumat Gaming, Art God, and Shin Ryuji. 2 minutes until phase 2 now. Astra on the move.
Yeah, Astra and Bahumat Gaming have decided to take the exact same rotation path, and they've done it at the exact same time as well. So they have run into each other, which is obviously not too ideal. Mr. Chan looks like he may have the opportunity here to pull up and fire a few more shots back at Astra, but elects better of it. Just going to rejoin his team. I think Astra have kind of alphaed this enough by continuing their rotation that Bahumat Gaming have decided we're just going to drive a little bit further north. So they're going much more up toward the Starbar Hill area. Waikika. That was a seat swap.
It was.
Inside might have helped out.
I was literally about to say maybe with a bit of help from inside. I don't know. We didn't quite get the full vision there. But taking out Karaxi, still the seat swap regardless. Well played, of course. Waikika, probably the kind of guy to try that.
No, but seriously, that's revenge for Fury. It was Buriram that kind of screwed their last game. So that must be a nice feeling for Fury to get one back. Obviously, it hasn't eliminated all of Buriram. It hasn't ruined their game. But hey, it's a start. And for Fury, their first points on the board for tonight.
8 minutes into match 2 now for PCS 1 APAC of the night. And here's, of course, our second night 40 seconds until phase 2. Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Well, this is one way, Jordan, of playing with this sort of circle. I guess you could even just sit out in the ocean and wait and see what happens. So probably they'll drive all the way up to like Georgia Paul Bridge, and then from there they should then have the phase 2 knowledge, and they can make their route known after that. The rest of Bury Ramp making their way just south of Skull, close by to Pachinki. Really, for a couple of teams still rotating in late, as you can see now on your map, they're going to have their choice kind of set for them depending on what happens here. I'm sensing a north shift though. Jordan, give us your thoughts. 5 seconds.
Let's go. Northwest hard shift. That'd be what I'd love to see. Go up towards Zaki. I'm not sure that we'll get it, but let's get a Zaki shift.
Oh, no.
I almost got it. It was a little bit more to west. I mean, I say almost got it.
You
It's
almost got
literally
it.
Not even close to northwest.
Not even
but
close.
hey, whatever. We've gone down south. We've gone towards South Georgia Pole. That throws a big spanner in the works for all those teams that were up toward the northern side. They have to now figure out a way to get across these bridges, get across that river. I mean, Cerberus are happy to see that kind of a shift. Eagle Shooter Sentinel, probably not too disappointed. They're in this boat. They're fine. Yes, they're copying some shots from Day Trade Gaming, but they should come in okay in toward the Gatka Fields area. And they won't actually have that much to contest when I'd say probably 60, 70% of the teams are north of Everest right now.
Well, it's intriguing. You know, you say the fact that it goes south throws a spanner in the works for the teams up north, but it would have been sort of vice versa, right? If it had have gone north, then the teams down south would have been the ones in a spot of bother.
That's the thing.
So it comes down to the teams that were in a position to make the quick transition regardless, like Margie Esports, top 1 Sever, close. Now he's just going to come in, join the rest of his team over at the shipment yard. Do you confirm, though, Jam's landing a lot of these shots. Buruman, of course, has already lost Kanatsi. They don't want to lose another player this early on, which, if they're not careful here, Edie is going to be taken very, very low. The UAC is pretty close to being blown up as well. Can you confirm? Any kill for them is just an extra one onto their already ridiculously high tally.
Yep, Zoidmate's been pinged on the rotation here by VTR. He's going to be rezzed back up by Niku. So I think this will probably stop the rotation from Astra, though. They might just have to slow things down and wait until that next circle shift before they decide to go across one of these bridges. They are going back up towards the north now. They're not interested in trying to deal with VTR. But really, wherever they go, Xenox, there is going to be someone that's kind of the troll on the bridge. The bridge that's just to the east of this, or to the west of this, I should say, is being kind of gate kept by Gearbox and Maogi, who are in containers. And then even further through Georgia Pole is Golden Cat. Fury are happy to see that southern shift, though. They had one of the longer rotations had it gone north, but they're actually in pretty quick, coming in from the south. Dangerous times, though, because they're quite close to Q Confirm and Buriram, two teams that will be able to put a lot of damage into them if they make a mistake.
There's another Pick'em challenge code on your screens if you're quick enough to get that one put into the in-game shop. 45 seconds until phase 3. Fury make their trek up to the top of Amphorus. QC close by.
That's going to be an engagement, I'm sure, that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Good shots. Monty unfortunately goes down for Carnage again. The day doesn't seem to be going too well. Ronan has been knocked immediately by Q Confirm, and I talked about this being a contest that we have to watch because the team that controls Everest controls this game. They control this circle. It's smack bang in the center of the circle, Xenox. It's going to give them all the information, but they have to deal with their opponent first.
Fury are usually a very aggressive team, but when they're up against a team like Q Confirm, they might be just outmatched. There's a nice trade back from inside, but he's already low. Nade thrown in his direction. That's going to miss. Another one thrown back from Jalban. And at the same very time, we're about to go into phase 3, which does centralize onto these Georgia Ball compounds, these houses. So South Georgia Ball is going to be very much a focus point. Hospital as well. Day Trade have got a 2-2 split. Very nice for them, this sort of circle. Carnage not bad either. This fight up on top of Empress, though, never more important than now. Jays was knocked down. Svit will take out Waikik and Mukau. And Ronan is just trying to stay alive, but the skin of his teeth is now being spotted by Jowman, Flush, and Fury out in last place again. 2 games in a row, Jordan.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Fury, they had the right idea, you know, getting into Everest early would have been nice, but unfortunately they run into the best team in the competition, and I don't think Q-Confirm even lost a player there. They had a couple knocked, but they're okay for now. Divine getting aggressive onto Buriram, and that'll be God Meow out of the picture now as well. 2 dropping for Buriram early on in this game. Divine will get the res onto Nikki.
Well, it's just almost hard to see who's actually going to be able to beat QC in the leaderboards, but also in the fights, Jordan, as well, because they're just winning every fight that they take. That's not the spot to sit down, Gen Foss. Noctant will sit him down in a almost semi-permanent stasis. Jet, Gakon, top 1 server for Mogi Esports. Happy to just hang around these crates for now, but on the minimap, Jordan, there's a star coming as Astra make their way over to the south side of this Runeswalk River. Nikos leads the charge for them. 14 minutes gone here for match 2. And very much the similarities to every other match. It's QC leading the way and everyone else just trying to hop on.
Yeah, Victim Rise starting to make their rotate in. It's a very split Victim Rise. You can see Seymour down there on the coastal side, and Kamals and Chibirit sitting up in the containers. In between them is Maogi Esports. Astra have made a pretty decent rotation in, but it's not that much real estate to occupy anymore. Cerberus scouting out some compounds, and, well, Eagle Shooter Sentinel are not going to let them get away with that for free. Subang goes down. The rest of Cerberus will have to play as 3.
20 seconds till phase 4. We touched on it many times, which are the phases that hold more significance. In this case, phase 4 may hold the key to this game. If it continues to go south, then something like Hospital becomes a very impactful location. But the Georgiapur region, you know, these houses, the apartment buildings, Jordan, if it does finish there, we're going to have like probably 20 alive in phase 8, phase 9, because it's so difficult for teams to flush teams out, to push in. Buriram has been pushed on. Oh my God. Lovely, lovely headshot from Edie. Nordra's there as well, just behind him with a knockdown onto Nikki. And, well, unfortunately for Divine, this push is over before it even started. Levi's just sends it into the concrete wall. I don't know how much more he gets from that. And we do get our phase 4 circle. It's not a complete hard shift down south, Jordan, but Hospital is going to be a vocal point.
Yeah, I mean, we would have all known that this is exactly where the circle was going to go. Phase 4, it's going to move away from the water. So most teams had a pretty good idea of where this was going to end up. Carnage finally getting a bit of luck with the circle, and obviously having lost a player early on in the piece, it's not going to be the perfect game for them, but they're a team that drops towards this west coast, towards Hospital, and now the circle is headed in their direction. So perhaps an opportunity to get off the bottom of the scoreboard. Eagle Shooter Sentinel, though, also not in a terrible position, and that's the team that they're trying to catch. Bahumat Gaming are on the rotate in, all in one dart here, and this can be very dangerous. Cerberus Esports should have some shots on them. Jun from Gearbox, keeping his opponents wary, but this is what I'm worried about, Xenox. Look at this rotation. How can you make this work?
Oh, actually, this might be a little dip, like a semi-bowl that they've been able to get into. It's not ideal. Cerberus have got eyes on it, but they don't actually seem to have the ability to now shoot them. Yeah, it is very much a little dip in the terrain. Going back to what you were talking about with Carnage, though, like, if they don't get placement points from this game, I don't know where else they're going to get it from. Like, it's now been 7, well, this is the 7th match being played. It's about time. They're the last team that has yet to get a placement point. And the position that they've got for this sort of circle, that's really should be their only goal right now. Forget the kills, get the placement points, then the kills will come.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometimes I was talking about how the circles don't favor you, but when they do, you need to take advantage of it. And this is exactly an example of that for Carnage. They do need to take advantage of that. What I did just notice on the minimap there while you were talking, Xenox, was that Q-Confirm actually crashed one of the halves of the day trade 2-2 split and forced the day trade 2-2 to regroup in Hospital. So now all 4 day trade players are in Hospital. But what's more important out of that is that day trade actually allow Q-Confirm back into the circle. They were struggling to get off of Everest. Look at the nades coming in.
Oh my God. This looks pretty rough for Bahumat Gaming. Nice nades from Haisaki, and well, they're dead. They're gone. Goodbye. Cerberus have finally flushed out the rats in the sewer. 5 kills for Cerberus. Bahumat's little hole short-lived.
Yeah, definitely looking rough for Bahumat, but there you go. Good aggression from Cerberus, making sure they get the competitors out of their territory. Let's just say that. VTR trying to get themselves into North Georgia Pole, and they have done so. Seymour, coming from the coast, will be able to rejoin his teammates as well. Should have a safe rotation in. Looks like Maogi Esports were not able to get out of containers too comfortably, and even where they've ended up is not a fun place to be. That is not hard cover, and Q Confirm are going to make them pay for that.
Oh my god, 5 kills now for Q Confirm. It's now almost intriguing to see how much they can dominate this lobby, Jordan. I mean, I always elect to wanting to see close competition. I want to see like a 4-man race for first with 1 game to go. As tight as it can be, I'd love to see that. But at the other end of the spectrum is there's always a beautiful aspect to seeing QC just dominate this region. As we head to phase 5, Carnage, Day Trade, going to be completely hard-fed here.
Yep.
Must get placement points from this sort of position. In saying that, in this APAC region, I would not be surprised to see them get breached. If this was OCE only, I don't think they'd get breached at all. But in this case, it could be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a few of the teams that might want to take a position like that. Eagle Sentinel Shooter, certainly one out toward the western side. Cerberus could be in that discussion, although they don't necessarily have to move. Again, Q Confirm also do not have to move, so they're quite happy to just lock down this compound. But Carnage definitely in with the goods for this map in particular. Them and Day Trade have the best position. It really does depend, though, where things go from here. It goes back to the north or comes back down to the south. Astra are making a rotation right in front of MSC, and there are some dips to play with on that hill, so it could work out in their favor. But if they overcommit, which is what Lynxy kind of has done, he's going to be in a very bad spot, and there's not really a whole lot that he can do about it. Once he's pulled up, and stopped, it's just you can't do too much there.
No, you can't. But you've kind of, I think the warehouses and everything around that region has to be cleared out before you can take that position. It's a really good spot. I think going forward, that's a spot you could almost win a game from. And they still might, because they've still got 3 players alive.
Oh, Alonix.
But when
He's on the
early
rotation.
MSC had the vision of that as Eagle Sentinel Shooter just pulling up now on the west side, as we shift on back to Victim Rise, who are under an immense amount of pressure because of the blue DIC, although Anquan was knocked down, might just give them a bit of time, but I don't see either of these 2 teams having much impact moving forward. MSC do have to come out of these warehouses though, Jordan, right? So them and Astra will fight it out. As this goes on longer and longer, Astra will be in a better position because then MSC will have to come to them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a bit of a throw, to be honest, from Elonix, who tried to go out there and tried to flush Lynxy. He went alone, he drove right in front of Astra, and they all just sort of peppered him, and he gets taken down. It turns into a 3-on-3, as opposed to a 4-on-3 that would have favored MSC, who now have to turn around and deal with DIC, who's coming out of South Georgia Pole, and they're doing it actually pretty well. Yanku has deleted CBD in 74L1. There's only 1 DIC player left. That's Anquan, but this relieves some of the pressure from Astra.
Oh, though, for how long? Gakon, the last one alive for Maogi Esports, pushing towards Astra's position. If he's smart, though, he's not going to be taking many shots, if any. Not for at least a while. 21.5 minutes now transpired, 11 teams remaining, because that's the end of Anquan and DIC. Astra pushing onto MSC. They want to be the aggressors. They don't want to be in a position where MSC get to take this fight on their terms. If Astra is smart, they continue to push this, clear out this hill, then they can push towards Hospital. This next circle, though, for phase 6, not going to be kind to them. They've just lost Zoid and Extreme, and unfortunately now down to just Lynxy and Niku's. I don't know if they're going to be able to return this, but now Gakon has also opened up fires. He sees a potential to third party and capitalize. He only got, I think, 1 kill from that.
No, he got 2. He got 2.
He got 2. Well, there you go. Even better. But he saw that potential. He saw that fight unfolding. If Astra had been winning that fight, I don't know if he gets involved. Maybe he just continues to hold that position. Either way, over the Golden Cat now, who've got a bit of a high ground advantage with 6 sacks, but open terrain for Eagle Sentinel Shooter and inside of the next circle. So it's kind of 50-50. Jexy over at the Rock, but he's low, has to now heal up. Golden Cat have been playing this well. And has got still 4 players alive. Cerberus on the move, a bit south of Jexy's position.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very rough for Jexy. I don't know how much longer he survives. Cerberus are hearing these shots. They recognize now's their opportunity to take control of the circle, and they move a couple of players north of where they were holding, back over to Mogi Esports. It's Gakon who's trying to get some more points on the board. He's done well, to be honest, to get where he did. But look who has arrived. It's the big brother. It's Q Confirm, and they are here to mark their territory. Jayas deletes Yanku. And Rosita Jr. is the last surviving. He'll be dealt with.
Wow.
MSC out in 8, and it just looks way too easy for Q Confirm. 8 kills on the board in this game, and now one of the better positions in the circle, although they will have to move away from it because the circle does shift on top of Carnage. So maybe it's not as easy as I've made it out to be for Q Confirm, but they are still fragging well, Xanox.
Yeah. The team they just wiped out. Now 62-point gap from them. MSC in 8th position to Q Confirm's 94 in 1st. The live standings to the left-hand of screen. There's Norge just trying to navigate his way into this next circle. Has a minute, has a bit of time, but you can see the Blues very close to him. Not sure if he's going to be able to avoid Q Confirmed, though, the oncoming onslaught. Well, it's destiny here that Buri Ram are going to be eliminated. And quite honestly, it seems like destiny that Q Confirmed may just be the APAC winners for PCS1. Long way to go, Jordan. But they are looking so good right now as they wipe out Nawandra and Buri Ram. 9 kills. Maybe yet another win on the cards here coming up for them. And if they do so, what's that? Like, what? A 55 or 60% win rate? Something ridiculous.
Yeah, it would be 4 out of 7. So I don't know what that is. Someone can do the maths, but it's not going to be me, not on stream. Either way, look, they have to go through Day Trade. They have to go through Carnage. Even Golden Cat still putting in a good name for themselves here as well. So it's not all said and done just yet for Q Confirm. We'll see where the next circle shift does go. And it's right on top of Carnage. So that's great news again for the team on the bottom of the standings. And they absolutely must get some points out of this game.
The points. They must get the win out of this game from that sort of position, even with like Golden Cat and Q Confirm all still running around. If they don't win this game, it's a bit of a throw maybe from Carnage. We'll see how it plays out. I'm a bit surprised no one elected to crash them at any point. Strange. But stranger things have happened. Day Trade, of course, have themselves been at hospital since, I think, phase 2 at the very least. Svit knocked down at the early entry point here. Outside the entrance, as being met by Flash and Poo Chills. And Q Confirmed losing a player. Jowman's at least up to the hospital, but I don't know if the other two are going to make it. Gem's knocked down by Venotica. So Day Trade, Carnage have, of course, been the recipients of this circle luck in this game.
Carnage definitely need to make good usage of it. Unfortunate reality is, though, that they're not actually being able to get that many kills because most of the fighting is going on away from them, above them, sort of over some ridges, and I don't even think they have much of a chance to sort of third party any of these fights. So Q Confirm and Day Trade are probably going to finish one another off before they even get the chance to head in towards Carnage. Gearbox is eliminated by Golden Cat, and then Tom K is traded back down by Ghoul. Cerberus certainly putting some shots back into Golden Cat, but this is what I'm talking about. All the fighting's up towards the north, over the road, up towards hospital, and Carnage can't even see it. They can hear it, but they can't do anything about it.
Oh, that was close. Jowman still gets knocked out anyway by Poo Chills over at the top of this hill. JS, nice spray with the AK red dot as well. Matey, the loss of the life for Day Trade as Maximus tags him from behind, just trying to duck and weave over to this broken down car. Bit of cover. JS spots him, but so does Basil. Long way away down to the south side of the circle. There goes Q Confirm, not winning this game. 4 teams left. Carnage might just win this without killing anyone towards the last couple of circles here. They may just win by sitting still and doing nothing. I can't see a world
wins, Xanox.
Well, look, I can't see a way that they don't win this from here. Everyone has literally killed each other. There's only 6 live, and that's including 3 up for Carnage. So it's what, 3 versus 1 versus 1?
Yep.
Wow. Well, they've won this now.
Carnage. Well, let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Circle feed again goes right on top of Carnage. That's not great for Maximus. He has to come off the high ground.
Have they got any kills?
I think they do. I think they've got a couple here or there. They might have stolen.
I think they've gotten 1 kill because they had 8 points going into this game, right? They would have gotten... Oh, maybe they got 2 kills.
Well, Maximus has 4. Golden Cat has 9. Another good placing for Golden Cat. It's probably not going to be a first place, but...
This could be a 2-kill win, Jordan, because Basil and Maximus may just elect to die into the blue.
Potentially. Although, if they know it's Carnage, would you not just try and go for a bit of extra another
that's
point here?
BM, Jordan. Jeez.
No, but let's be real.
What?
They know
Just because
Carnage
it's Carnage?
No, I'm saying because they're down the bottom of the scoreboard, they're not realistically going to be able to catch either Cerberus or Golden Cat. The 1 point that you can gain is more valuable than the 1 point that you can give to Carnage.
That's true. May as well. What you're saying is, yeah, it's worth a shot. But in saying that, even then, what if you then give a point to, say, Cerberus or Golden Cat? What if they get a point each?
That's it, yes.
Yeah. Well, Maximus goes out in third. Basil at least gets second place, so does get an extra point, which does put Cerberus into second. Carnage, probably the easiest win I've ever seen. I don't know what else to say. They haven't left that compound for like 8 circles.
Here we go. They got 2 kills. Good job, Bryn.
Look, take them. You take them, Jordan, especially when Carnage were last place on the standings. You take them all day, every day. They get an 8. It's a 3-kill win from Carnage. Yeah, the boys. OCE. That's one way to get a win on in fact, the first Oceanic win, I believe, as well.
That's exactly
in all of
right.
PCS,
That's what
including
I was
Charity
gonna say.
Showdown.
Welcome to the peloton for Carnage. And I was going to say, it's crazy. You know, you got Atletico from Charity Showdown. You had Fury there as well. Ferox, none of them were able to pick up a win. And to this point, the first ANZ team to get a win in APAC is Carnage. Who would have thought? 13 points out of that game. They're not the team that gets the most points out of it. Golden Cat and Cerberus sharing that. So, look, end of the day, good for Carnage. Gets them off the bottom of the standings. Probably not going to make too much a difference, though, to the standings overall.
I don't think I've ever seen a team finish fourth, Jordan. Sorry, but I don't think I've ever seen a team finish fourth after winning a game.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it is what it is, right? Great work from Carnage. Can't complain. No. When you get the circle feed, you got to take advantage of it. You got to get the W, and they did. It may have been really, really easy for them. It may be even probably one of the easier wins that we've ever seen, Xenox. But hey, it's a win at the end of the day, and it gets them off the bottom, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, a win is a win. You take those every day. It doesn't matter how you get the points, you get the points regardless. 13 points, that's something that a lot of other teams would have wanted in this game. They got it, Jordan. They're also off the bottom of the standings. And ironically, I did say coming into this game, what Carnage needed to focus on was getting placement points. And they're like, yeah, you know what? Let's go and do that. Let's get all 10 placement points. Don't worry about the kills. The kills would come, as I said. It didn't quite get as many as I thought, but hey, that's okay. Also, the thing to note, and I will say this to be fair to Carnage, that actual compound, and we even saw it, and I think you even pointed it out, you can't really see over to Hospital because of that hill. So they were never really going to be able to get involved in terms of kills. There was no teams coming from the south of them because of the circle continuing to just come down to the south, which obviously is why they didn't move. But all the teams were coming in from the north. So they were never going to get a lot of kills. They didn't have a whole lot of teams surrounding them. No one ended up breaching them. So there was no reason to move as well. Can't blame them for not moving. Can't blame them for getting a bit of circle luck. We're going to have a look at the total leaderboard as it stands so far after 7 total matches. Of course, still 13 to be played, but we're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark.
Carnage, 10 placement points, Xenox. So their first placement points coming from their win in that game as well. Love to see that. But yeah, look, towards the top end of things, Q-Confirm, Cerberus, and Golden Cat were the 3 teams that got the most points out of that last game, and they will continue to be the 3 teams that are in the discussion for a victory here at PCS APAC. Now, you have to say, Q-Confirm continuing to push the issue, and the rest of the team starting to fall behind. It really does feel like it's just Cerberus and Golden Cat that are keeping pace with them. You know, Buriram, Maogi, starting to fall away just a little bit too much right now, I think.
I'll just point out something, Jordan, as well, for the Oceanic fans. Courtesy of Subsidite on Twitter has pointed out this is an Oceanic team's first chicken dinner at a Premier Tier event since August 9th, 2019, which was Match 2 of Nations Cup. As since that point, no Oceanic team had won at the likes of PGC or PGS or anything like that, or, you know, Charity Showdown until this moment from Carnage. Yeah, look, it's been a long time between chicken dinners, but there's one on the board. As you said, at the end of that game, who would have thought Carnage, especially compared to Astra and Fury? But the main story, I think, coming away from that game, besides the Carnage fun, is that Q-Confirm just continue to roll forward.
Yeah, Untainted and Galway's legacy continues. One of the best teams to come out of ANZ PUBG, those two. Yeah, That's definitely true and not a lie at all. But anyway, look, yeah, good to see Carnage and the ANZ teams being able to get something on the board, because we've been waiting, obviously watching Charity Showdown, and we hoped to see something there, but didn't get it. And so now I guess you have to look towards Astra, you have to look towards Fury to now uphold their end of the bargain. Realistically, they're supposed to be the hopes of ANZ, and they're just not being able to quite push the issue quite as much.
I mean, I won't lie, I'm more concerned on whether or not we're going to see Golden Cat and Cerberus and Buriram. Are they going to continue to push the issue and keep Q Confirm honest? A lot of games still to be played, 13 in fact. As we go to a break, we're going to have our final game of Erangel on the other side. Oh, he's gone away already.
보니까 남아있는 선수들은 그냥 들어가야 될 것 같은데. 네. 자, 위키도 혼자 다시아로 이동하고 있는데 쿼드로가 기다리고 있어요. 안전구역을 체크하려는 선발대 움직임이죠. 이거는 어쩔 수가 없어요. 예. 아, 위키드. 네. 맞습니다. 다른 인원들은 이제 안쪽. 야야야! 어?
应该还是会选择想要拉燕里。对，哇，那就会让燕里越来越难被救起来了。修尊一个人先放到嘉伟在。
Yep, look who's coming over. Better luck next time. They were one of the teams, one of the 3 teams in the excellent positions at the start. Arguably, maybe 4. Page has to go big or he's done. Formation and control around the map. This could be the downfall. Nice attempt from Page. He's working every angle possible. And that phase to the Olympic fight is not over. FaZe are back on their feet, but as are Tornado Energy, and they're further from the circle. Page, no, what a mistake from Fate. Leaping. Really just taking away these moments from the opposition, and all he has to do is cost them more, and he's done.
대행이 있거든요. 성광탄 던져주고요. 근데 이미 바깥으로 빠져나와 있습니다. 오! 살짝 주인 바뀌었어요, 효소. 데미지를 많이 때려놨기 때문에 한번 다른 팀을 이거 자기도 앞에
Time for a second. Initial contact round the corner. Hyrule can feed his info. They're flooding through the smoke. There's one transfer. Third one is available to him. Should he get it? Oh my word.
여기 간다고요? 자! 없는 거 좀 확인하고 여기다 여기. 근데 없다고 브리핑이 나왔을 테니까 안쪽으로 들어갈 때 깜짝 놀랄 수 있죠. 기존하는 것 때문에 못 들어가고 있어요. 벡터. 야, 이거 진짜. 네. 여기 없다며! 들어가지 못하고 여기 없다며! 아무도 없다며! 저 성강 들어갔습니다. 성강 들어가고요. 소리 듣고 와! 또요!
Still going toe to toe. Blaze, they turn up to the wrong shack, unfortunately, but one good nade here because they're committed. They have to do this, unfortunately. There's nowhere else to go. So one good grenade inside this building will be all 4 players going down. There's a fight on the opposing side. Oh my god!
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanhok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic four-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your chute. Finally, the Esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS 1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS 1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in and check out everything new. Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports Tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS 1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our 2 Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS 1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS 1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS 1 items you want the most. The PCS 1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS 1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds. Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players, and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
Welcome back, everybody, for match 3 of PCS 1 APAC. 2 games in the book. Cute Confirm, of course, are still leading in first place. Carnage took out match 2, though, representing Oceania, picking up the first chicken dinner for the region in a very, very long time. Jordan, as we head into match 3, our final game of Erangel, what's something that you want to see here that we haven't maybe gotten so far?
Oh, well, I mean, I can think of a few things. I'm just looking at my stat sheets and I'm just wondering how BM I should be. You know, there's a couple of teams here that are sitting on about an average of 1 to 1.5 kills a game. So I could say I might like to see some frags from those teams.
Yeah.
Placement points as well for Carnage and VTR so far have been... Look, obviously Carnage just won the last game, so credit for that, but few and far between aside from our previous game. Probably going to see more of the same, though, which is Q Confirm. Xenox, they're sitting at an average of 8 kills a game at this point, which is absolute insanity. We head into our third game of Erangel, our final game of Erangel tonight, and I don't see any reason why that's going to change. No one else is stepping up as much as they are.
Yeah, averaging 8 kills, and thanks to your lovely, lovely stat / note-taking, they're also averaging a position of 4.6. Which is insane. The next best team is Golden Cat at 5.3. So it shows stats-wise the story really there, doesn't it? And from then, Cerberus, of course, in third, which, of course, if you look at the standings on the left, well, first, second, and third, Bureau Ramp starting to fall away from that little pack. I'd say for Cerberus and Golden Cat, I just want to put it out there like immediately, Jordan. They're by no means without any chance of winning first place. Like, they're only 30 points. 30 points behind 13 games, including this, still to be played, is kind of nothing, really.
Ooh.
But if you are Bureau Ramp, Maogi, Divine, Astra, MSC, Fury, those teams that are in the 30s that are now like 60 points behind, you've got to start making inroads on catching up. Whether that be by you getting like 10, 15-point games and QC start to get nothing, or if QC get like 5 points, you've got to at least get 10 to 15.
100%, and I agree with you. And there's going to be a few teams like Cerberus that will probably be pretty happy to see where that circle shift has gone down toward the southwestern side. Maybe Carnage has a bit of a better chance again in this one because they'll be one of the first teams that can rotate. I can already see Cerberus and Day Trader on the move, headed in the direction of Quarry. Astra dropped all the way up to the north, up near Severny. And so they'll have a little bit of work to do again on their rotation, similar to what happened in the previous game for them, coming through from Mill to Power. So it seems like the circle is just not going to be favoring them at all tonight. But definitely a couple teams that'll be happy to see this one. Again, you know, you can't really get a bad circle, though, if you're a Q Confirm here. They drop in Pachinki. You're very rarely going to be screwed over by the circle at any point, unless maybe it goes to Sosnovka Island and you're late to rotate. But in reality, I think Q Confirm will be pretty happy to see where this one's gone as well. So we're off to a pretty good start for quite a few of our top teams. Q Confirm, Cerberus. Have to wait and see what Golden Cat is going to be able to do. Obviously, they do have to rotate past Q Confirm, which could ultimately be a problem if they go late. But even still, you know, this early on in the game, it is Circle 1. You shouldn't be seeing anything too chaotic just yet.
No, I agree with that. Looking at what's been up on the screen for a little bit of time, the top 3 rankings in terms of just Jowman in first place, Jay is in third, QC are just dominating everything. That's the total rankings with the kill rankings. And I've got to say, I think between PCS Charity Showdown and now PCS 1 APAC, without a doubt, my own opinion, Jowman's got to be up there for one of the best players. You know, there was a lot of talk coming into this, Yoshi Minburi. Of course, Darkbands didn't qualify, and there's a lot of talent from these regions, Thailand, Vietnam, for instance. But Jowman's probably leading the way for me right now, personally, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think across the board, there's a few names that you definitely want to talk about, and one of them that we did mention in a previous game was Jayas, right? For Q Confirm, it was the Jowman and Gems show in Charity Showdown, but Jayas certainly having stepped up here for Q Confirm so far in PCS Series 1. Heisaki as well is putting in a solid performance for Cerberus. And I guess for the moment, you know, it's just a case of making sure they can do it consistently. We're still not quite toward the end of things. We're not even at the halfway point just yet. So words are wins, Xenox. You know, we can say all these really nice things about teams and players and what have you, but if you get to the 10-game point and then you let the ball drop, those words can very, very quickly change to negative, you know, negative discussions or positive discussions about other teams. And all of a sudden you start to wonder what on earth happened to Q Confirm. At the moment, no questions of that department just yet, but could be heading there if they let the ball slip.
Touching on Cerberus, though, since we kind of touched on it very briefly. By the way, Linksy 800 DPI joining the Xenox and Elfish crew, which is
800
nice.
DPI gang, let's go.
Yep. Rise up. Cerberus, though, second place compared to Charity Showdown, where I really think they probably let themselves down more than anything in Charity Showdown. There was a lot of expectations for them to be a team that would be thereabouts for winning that event. And I think in the end, they were like in the bottom half of the standings. Like, it just did not go well for them. They've definitely shown their mettle here for PCS1 APAC. Second place, only 1 point above Golden Cap, but that's a very solid top 3. Those 3 teams all performed in Charity Showdown except for Cerberus. So I think Cerberus have sort of just rightfully retaken their throne, at least within the top 3. They're still competing against QC. So I'm very happy to have seen that. And for Buriram in 4th, right now, this has been a very, very stable tournament in terms of the teams we expected to do well. They're all doing well.
Well, what do you think is the reason for the inconsistency then for a team like Cerberus? You know, I had a look. They were 12th place in Charity Showdown Xenox. And I know you were recently doing some videos with a few of the pros. I think it was the one you did with Linksy where you spoke to him. And I believe the discussion was along the lines of like, why is there this sort of inconsistency within the APAC region? And is it just a case that their sort of play style, their sort of more aggressive play style, this sort of meta does lend itself to big tournaments and big games, but it also lends itself to, if things aren't going your way, having really poor tournaments?
Yeah, I think there's that, but there's also the other fact that the teams within the Asia Pacific region do actually play a lot of tournaments. Not so much Oceania, but more so Thailand, Vietnam. There's a lot of also very regional tournaments that are being played. So when you're playing a lot of tournaments, that does increase the likelihood that you're going to slip up every now and then. So I think that's one part of it, to be fair to these teams. I think the other one is, as you mentioned, though, is also play style. So sometimes if you are too aggressive, you can have a poor tournament. You know, you look at the way that Q Confirm play, they're just amazing to watch. They're so synergized as a team. When they push as 4. They're aggressive, but not in an uncontrollable fashion. There are some teams that at times can play aggressive or like the way that Divine play every now and then. You know, we actually saw it in that last game, if I remember correctly, where they pushed on. They got obliterated in that push when they were trying to breach a compound. That sort of aggressive playstyle sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, and then therefore you can in fact have up and down tournaments. Buriram are known apparently to be aggressive coming into this. I don't know if they've been that aggressive though here in this tournament.
Speaking of Buriram, it's quite interesting the rotation that they're going to be making. They're opting to go down onto Sosnovka Island, which admittedly is still in the circle, although every team apart from Buriram is on the northern side, on the mainland. Obviously assuming that this circle is going to go north. But it's quite a long rotation here for Buriram, and it'll be an interesting one if things don't go their way, if it shifts quite hard north up toward Gak or something like that. Especially with a couple of teams like Fury and Cerberus hanging around by the petrol station across the bridge. So Buriram could definitely have a tough rotate here if they run into the wrong timings. To touch on your point as well about the aggression, I don't know that Buriram necessarily have been overly aggressive either in this competition thus far, but they maybe aren't having the games that they want to, so they're probably taking things a little bit easier. Like it's quite a lot easier to be aggressive when you're in the position that Q Confirm is versus the position that Buriram is, because you think as Buriram, okay, if we have one bad game, just means that we have to catch so much further up. But for Q Confirm, it's like, well, if we have one bad game, probably still going to be in first place.
Definitely agree with that. So we've got the map up on our screen. Phase 2. South again? No. It'll be the South Gakka Fields, though. Daytrade going to get a pretty good circle here for the time being, of course. Carnage over at Quarry, not actually all that bad for them. They will have to do a bit more work than they did in Match 2, where, of course, they were the recipients of quite a few circles, probably about good 6 or 7 circles in their time south of Hospital. MSC, another team that can kind of flex their muscles when everything's going well. Yoshi Benburi hasn't had the tournament he would have liked. There's always a lot of topical conversations around him. There's another pick and challenge code for those maybe just listening. It'll be quick to get them though. They do run out pretty fast.
Indeed, I've heard a few people complaining that they haven't been able to get them quickly enough, but you know, you got to have those quick fingers. You know, it's good prac for when you're in the game as well. Reaction times, all those sorts of things. Cerberus Esports have Divine right in front of them, and this is, oh, that's not where you want to be stopping at all. Ghoul will start the occasion. Namc down early. He takes the first contact. There's a crossfire here, though, for Cerberus, and I cannot imagine this is going to go well for Divine at all. Grenade thrown in from Ghoul as well.
Ghoul knocked down, finishes off Levi's. Nam's going to be finished off too by Hasaki. Cerberus continue their very newfound form here for PCS1 APAC compared to J&D Showdown. Divine at least gets Hasaki. Thanks to Nikki. And unfortunately, though, was surrounded by the remaining forces of Cerberus Esports. They'll get all 4 kills against Divine. And Fury, unfortunately, in a spot of bother, most notably Waikiki Mukau. He had it from both sides. Edu, the elimination. Taking shots back, though, from Juxi, and I don't think he realized where Juxi was firing from. It was just kind of waddling around without much of an idea. There's going to be the smoke thrown in his location. Insight was also eliminated at the tree by God Meow. And I've got to say, Jordan, Fury Australia have been quite disappointing here on day number 2 for PCS1 APAC compared to their day 1 performances.
I don't know what actually ended up happening there for Fury. I think it might have even been a case of just really bad timing, because I think Fury might have been getting ready to just rotate out right as Buriram starts driving over the bridge, because Waikiki Mukau was in that UAZ and he sort of got in or got out or whatever, but he just sort of seemed to get stuck there, and Buriram kind of knocked him over pretty quick. So I'm not sure what the situation there was with the timing for Fury, but it didn't look very good for them at all. Either way, Fury will lose 2, Buriram will lose none. And what I was talking about when they were rotating down south was whether or not they were going to be able to get over the bridge. They've been able to do that, and they've been able to get a couple of points out of it as well. So that's gone better than expected, to be quite honest, for Buriram.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really, Fury should be doing better in that position. The fact that Buriram came into their spot around that lighthouse region, and Buriram kind of just came in and as they flexed their muscles, really, and said, this is our spot now. Mogi Esports has got Eagle Sentinel Shooter to deal with. Jexi's quite far away from Jet's position, but Man's up close in the UAZ. Now, as soon as he hears this, Jet's might just got to pick over and go for the spray. Does land quite a few. Jexi, though, was covering, and that's what an anchor should do, covering from that Overwatch position. Eagle Sentinel Shooter, one of the disappointing teams, in fact, last place, Jordan, so I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, rough position for them, but maybe they can make something happen here. Oggy gonna have to pick that res back on up. Jet will be okay by the looks of things. We see the circle shift has gone right over the top of Quarry, and look who's there again.
Carnage.
Carnage going for the 2 from 2 Xenox.
Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes when it's your night, it's your night. It might not just be one game, it could be a couple of games. Carnage are going to bring their luck from match 2 over to match 3 for now.
I would say MSC look like they've got a better position than Carnage right now, but hey, better than nothing.
MSC, though, are probably in a position where they're more breachable than Carnage's position over at Quarry.
Yeah.
See how it plays out. We are only into phase 3, so things can change. But if it does keep shifting in a Western manner, then Carnage are going to get fed again, as they did in match 2, maybe here in match 3. I wonder if this time they maybe do you come out of your shells a little bit, try and find some kills, try and be aggressive, use that luck a bit more than they did in match number 2. You're off the bottom now. You've gotten your initial placement points. You've gotten kills. You're on 21 points. You have another game like they did in that last game, and all of a sudden they would actually skyrocket to around that 10th position, Jordan. There's Golden Cat moving over to the hill at Bahumat Gaming, currently occupied. They're going to send it straight up, although 6 Sacks does get out of his vehicle. Look at the high ground that Shin Ryuji has for Bahumat Gaming. Mr. Chan up close. This push from Golden Cat, not ideal, yet they've still found 2 knockdowns, making a 3rd one. I don't know how they managed this. What? Maximus somehow got up and in their faces, they didn't even realize that he can get the revive into Tonke. Maybe. DIC may finish him off, and they do. Anquan still. Bahumat's got to win those in a clean manner, almost at least having 3 live, Jordan. That's not good.
Yeah, definitely not great for Golden Cat. At least they're able to get some points out of it. But it's going to be a big opportunity for Cerberus to pull ahead and Buriram to catch up. Q-Confirm, of course, on the rotation in. They're a team that's also looking to continue pushing ahead as well. Maximus is not having a good time, and if he runs into these Q-Confirm fellas on the rotation in, that's just going to get even worse for him. So he's going to play it quite idle, and oh dear, they've pulled up as well, Xenox. I mean, what do you even do here? The grenade's been thrown into his direction as well? Do they know that he's here?
The timing, all of it as well, is if QC had have arrived maybe a minute ago, they would have been sort of in the crossfire. They would have maybe had to find a different location. This is a nice hill to take. It is breachable in a sense that it's very easy to drive up. We saw that from Golden Cat. But you should be able to defend it a lot better than Bahamut Gaming were able to do. Maxidus is going to get out of this, though. I mean, Q Confirm don't want to hang around in that current position. DRC have got an ankle. There's the Eagle Sentinel Shooter going on down towards Maogi Esports. Jet has to reload the M416. He's got 40 ammo, the extended magazine. Now peeks back. Knock 10, almost providing movable cover
I love that.
for the rest of his team. The Molotovs are going to at least clear this entryway so that there's no one standing on either side, left or right of this beams. As Jexy and Entry Fragger, I think, are about to be flushed out. So it's Vandal running around on fire, quite literally. This is not good.
That was my interpretation of probably what he sounded like.
Please don't do that ever again.
Anyway, circle shift is actually quite an interesting one. Hard shift down towards the southeast. So MSC in a good spot. Day Trade Gaming in a good spot. Gearbox as well. And Booram probably pretty happy there too. Keep an eye on how this goes for Maogi Esports. If they can get away with a clean wipe here, they're in a pretty decent position to start walking into the circle as well. But they'll have to deal with Carnage, who's on the other side. It's a three-way engagement right now.
Well, there's a joke in there somewhere for those with 30 minds. Okay, Esports, I think from here, though, Jordan, have this one pretty much wrapped up. It's a matter of time more than anything. It's not really... I mean, really, the best thing that the Eagle Sentinel Shooter can probably do is just get lucky, run out one side, and just collapse in from the other side on Maogi, catch them off guard a bit.
You never know. Like, if Astra keeps coming in this direction, they might end up seeing Maogi if they rotate further down to the west. So they can just wait and see what happens. Q Confirm and Astra, though, getting into an engagement, and that's probably not what you want to be seeing if you're Astra.
I don't know if anyone wants to be seeing Q Confirmed close by on their radar in front of them, but at the very least for Astra, they're in a position where they can take this fight on a relatively even playing field. It's not like they're desperate with the blue at their back. It's not like Q Confirm have got a compound. Linksy up close with the barrel, always going to be able to get that elimination. Jay has taken out pretty comfortably. 3 versus 4. This would be a big statement if Astra can wipe out QC. Everyone in the lobby would be rooting for them. There's no doubt about that. There is at least 14 teams that are on the side of Astra right now. Extreme's knocked down by Spit. Pushing in from behind as well is also Victim Rise. They're going to be pushing in, though, from QC's direction, but never mind. Because of their current direction, all they see is Astra. My God, that was quick. And maybe just be able to get the revive onto Gems, which then in a 3 versus 4, I kind of back in QC. We'll see if Victim Rise continue the push, though. Svit standing up. Gems going to be flushed with a nade. So 2 up for QC. They've already picked up a couple of kills this game as we go back down to the warehouse. Eagle Sentinel Shooter did, in fact, get out of this warehouse. Jet Gakon eliminated. Knock 10 and top 1 Seba. What? They just run straight back in. It's like they did a quick snatch and grab. They walked out, got 2 kills, walked back in as Jexy heals. Vandal's trying to cover. He was covering the wrong side, but now it's the right side as Lockdown's eliminated. What have you done? Maogi Esports have bolstered up here. Top 1 Seva's the only one standing. Nice knockdown onto Jexy. 23 health as Vandal runs around, does finish him off. An Eagle Sentinel Shooter come up in the end, Jordan, where I didn't think they would have it in them.
I don't know what on earth ended up happening there for Maogi Esports, but I have to imagine there was some failure of communication because it was just one by one going in and out and all sort of individual plays, and they kind of cooked it. Jowman doing anything but cooking it, and VTR will lose Seymour. Another kill going into the back pocket of Q Confirm as they pass the 100-point mark. They're the first one into 3 figures. See where this next circle ends up, Xenox. Right on top of MSC, Day Trade, and Gearbox again.
Carnage. Just wiped out Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They were watching that warehouse for quite a while. 74L1, nice, easy elimination onto Camels, who had no idea that he was just to his left. This is a really good flank from 74L1, using the blue, hugging it, riding it as they wipe out Victim Rise. With a bit of help from Monty, he got Chibarit. 9 teams remain. Carnage are going to be able to sort of shoot up the leaderboard this game again, as they did in match 2. Match 3 is looking in a very similar fashion. It's just the
Stray rise
difference
up.
this time is they're not going to get the complete hard feed. They have to push out. They have to be the ones now pushing onto the likes of DIC and MSC. And to be fair, those two teams haven't really been sort of lighting this tournament on fire.
For sure. And what's great to see for Carnage is that they actually have 4 players alive in the mid game. They've consistently been losing players early. Nordra will be okay. That grenade's not going to hit him. He's inside the building. Odd Meow, though, tries to get aggressive, and he is dealt with by Chin. Finished off as well. So Boomerang go down to 3 as they try to challenge the Gearbox fellas, and it hasn't worked out too well. Y8 still hasn't given away his position, and if he gets the timing right, which he kind of did, he didn't get the spray right, though, and Nordra punishes him for it.
Good positioning from Nordra, being able to cover Canaxi. They get Y8, which is the very important flank for Gearbox. They've still got 3 alive, but Chin just inside this building. Are they going to get any help from Jun, who's a bit further back? Nordra's insane. He gets the knockdown. Pushing in through the front door with an nade. Chin's taken very, very low. Now Canoxy pushes in. There's John running in actually from back behind this building. Has he come in to save today? No, he's come in and done nothing. Buriram United Esports
What a
sort
breach.
of kick up a gear into 4th gear, and they get 6 kills. But that sort of breach, Jordan, that sort of aggressive style, that's what we expect to see from Buriram United.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's given them one of the better positions in the current circle. Whether it's going to help them too much further on, I'm not so sure. We'll check back in with Carnage. They've lost Bryn in the meanwhile, and they're in a pretty rough spot. They don't have that much cover. They're going to get in the DARS here and try and make it work. I don't know if it's lost any time. They didn't quite catch it. They're going to try and rotate across. So too is Nordra in the sightline of Jukesy, who for some, I don't even know how he's still alive, but he's managed to make it there, and he's doing okay for himself in the placement points, which is good to see for Fury. So they're getting something on the board out of this game. Carnage needs to get into some hard cover, though.
This has definitely been one of the more chaotic games that we've had for PCS1 APAC so far. Just everything happening everywhere, really, for the last 5, 6, 7 minutes. For the first time in what feels like forever, QC, not really a part of it. They trade up north, MSC up north, and we get a relatively central circle. But for the most part, Buriram don't really get anything out of this. They're going to have to push across the road.
Look at DIC.
They'll have Cerberus to contend with, and DIC now pushing it up north will push into the compound. I would say they're probably more likely to fight Carnage than MSC here, DIC.
Well, we'll see how it all ends up.
My God,
Yoshinburi. He's just deleted Monty, and Carnage is going to have to go back around the corner, which might actually be, in the end, their saving grace. B2's knocked down as well.
That's insane.
Is he going to get another one here? B2 does just go a little bit too deep. D-Rain has just booked it, but he's got nowhere to go. Where's Cerberus?
Obliterated.
3 shots.
They've capitulated. To be fair, that was an amazing nade. Timed to perfection, exploded mid-air right on top of B2's head. There's DIC pushing him from the other side. But because MSC was so quick in dispatching Carnage, now at least they only have to worry about one team here. Yanku, the nade. Well, that's pretty good. That's a lot of damage done. Coinciding with that Molotov, kind of splitting them off. Anquan stuck on one side. And 74L1 and CVD going to heal up. MSC have got a lot of utility. They haven't done a whole lot of fighting in this game. And it feels like they're a bit of a sleeping giant ready to be awoken, especially from Yoshiminburi. This might be their game, but he does get knocked down by Anquan, who was pushed up onto the concrete wall far left side. There's a nice knockdown onto Rosetta Jr. as well from 74L1. DIC from outside the compound, playing this very well, playing very patiently. And MSC falling by the wayside.
Yeah, JJ Leo pushing on in. He was the one that's already inside the compound and starts to be joined by his teammates. It's Ilonix that'll hold down the warehouse. Rosita Jr. is going to be finished off. That'll be by JJ Leo in the end, although Rain tried to steal it. In all of this chaos, Rain has actually gotten himself into the circle. So he's done that at least. There's benefit for Carnage out of the insanity that has come to pass in the last couple of minutes. Yanku and Ilonix will try to just slow things down. But DIC are going to try and breach them, surely. They're just taking their time. Breaching as 4 is what they want to be doing. Stimming up, healing up. Here we go. DIC on the move.
Ilonix with the initial knockdown onto JJ Leo. CBD gets one in front. Nice headshot onto Yanku as well. 74-1 is actually the last one standing for DIC. I think there's just one each for both sides. MSC are eliminated. And that means DIC should be able to get these revived.
This is good for Bonotica. Look at this.
Yeah, go.
I mean, he's moved across. They need to be doing something like this. Daytrade can win this game if they can take control of this warehouse, but they've slowed down. I like that they're taking control of the circle, but maybe they're just not advancing far enough. They know there was a huge engagement over there. They must have been seeing that on the kill feed, but they haven't pushed the issue perhaps as much as they could have. We'll see whether or not it comes back and bites them in the bum. Rain is still sitting around in that compound as well, and that circle shift is favorable enough for Carnage that he can continue to slug away and look for placement points.
Nice tag from Subang. Said Rain doesn't have to move. The teams up north are going to get the circle here for phase 7. So for Cerberus and Buriram, it's basically the fight that has to begin now. One of these two teams will move forward going into the next circle. Buriram are going to lose Edie immediately. Zagul. Subang now just trying to make the run across. There are some shots from Daytrade, though. They are taking a few pot shots towards these two teams. Nordra going for the revive as Basil starts to push up very close by. Canaxi just repositioning to try and get at least a refrag if needed. Oh, nice peek from Nordra, though. He's been insane this game. Ghoul's knocked down, eliminated. That was from Flash. And in an instant, Cerberus are down to 1. Subang, Buriram are going to come out on top in this exchange.
Subang will just hide away for the moment, but Buriram actually might be able to win the game from here. They have a very, very solid position. They've got a lot of cover to play with, a lot of trees. It's not perfect, but they've dealt with Cerberus. Daytrade is going to have to deal with DIC. Rain also still hanging around, so anything can happen up toward the north, and that's why I say Buriram actually could be in a winning position here.
It seems like they've got no idea, though, that Daytrade are pushed up outside of these walls. 74-1. JJ Leo takes a headshot. It does win the fight, though, against Poochills. Daytrade don't want to mess this one up. Nice nade from Veronica. Throws one into the smoke. Of course, that's Rain. They probably aren't aware that that is a separate player to that of DIC Gaming, suspecting potentially they've still got another one over in that office building. So, unfortunately for Rain, he's not going to be able to just freely do what he pleases. He's been kind of lumped into DIC, although that quick elimination, maybe never mind. Veronica is absolutely certain Rain is in there.
Yeah, they're well aware that there's a player. Rain just needs to try and get himself a kill here, a sort of a one-and-done position. In fact, he might even give up the points to the circle, which is fair enough. He's gotten into the top 3, so well done. Oh, he is.
He's just barely in. But
if he can get the timing.
But Daytrade from here surely going to win this. And never mind, Canaxi gets Flash.
So if Rain peeks out at the right time, he can actually cause problems.
He can, but
they're still watching him. But if he takes the timing correctly, if they sort of eventually move away, he can still hear Poochills.
They've got to be second-guessing themselves just a little bit, whether or not there was actually someone in there, whether or not they've really cleaned that out. Now that Flash has been knocked down, mate's just going to go over, help out Buriram. Now Venonica's moving to Poochills might stay and just make sure that no one's going to bite them from behind. Of course, there's only 3 teams. That's Carnage, Daytrade. Oh, Poochills actually being super aggressive to try and flush out Rain. This might backfire a bit. Flash still has to be revived. Buriram have got an opportunity to move forward. Poochills does get Rain, Jordan, but at what cost? Now it's only 2 standing for Daytrade.
Yeah, Buriram are on the offensive. They are charging forward. Look at that Darcia go. Nordra in that, sits behind the tree. He'll finish off Matey. Flash was finished as well by Canaxi, and now just Poochills surviving right now for Daytrade alongside his teammate, Venotica. Things are not looking too ideal.
Well, a reprieve for Buriram, who probably with this sort of circle should have been really gate-kept by Daytrade. In the end, Poochills and Daytrade too concerned with Rain and what he might have been able to do. In the end, it backfires because that meant Buriram were able to push up. They had a fight in their advantage in terms of the numbers. They took advantage of that, got the knockdowns, and now it's a 3 versus 2, kind of like what it was before. Like when Flash pushed over, there was only 1 or 2 members of Daytrade actually here. Canaxi found that original knockdown. Buriram have used all of their utility now to get themselves to this position. Potentially a 13-kill win coming up for them. This will put them into 2nd place. Nordra has just been immense here for match 3 of day 2 and finds the double kill to get them the 13-kill win. Buriram united, making the climb towards first for Thailand.
Well, they needed it, didn't they? They've been sort of lagging a little bit behind the top 3, Buriram, but they're able to get their first win on the board here for PCS APAC Series 1. And 23 points is not a bad one to put up there either. Day Trade also not hugely in the discussion, nor is DIC. And the next highest, or the next one that's sort of up there is Cerberus, right? So these are the teams that Buriram is trying to catch. Cerberus, Q Confirm, they haven't really been able to get too many points out of that, nor has Golden Cat. So this is actually a really, really good game, not only in the context of Buriram getting points on the board, but also importantly, the other top 3 teams not getting those points on the board.
Yeah, exactly right. And for Buriram United, this does feel like it has been a culmination of their last couple of games, Jordan. Not just for today, but also the end of day 1. I know I keep repeating it, but now they find themselves most likely, I mean, it hasn't updated yet, but most likely in a second place position on the standings. Maybe it's third at worst case scenario, but they're in there. They're in there with a chance now. When at one point, again, kind of similar to Charity Showdown, they got off to that slow start. Maybe they're finding their footing here. And this is where you put it, a team, it's putting pressure on Q Confirm. They only got 4 points this game. Buriram, 23. You do that just one more time, and the lead is evaporated. So really, there's so many games still to be played. Every game matters, and teams like Buriram, Cerberus, Golden Cat all still have massive, massive chances. But after that, Jordan, after that top 4, it does drop off quite a bit.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing day so far for Astra and for Fury. I mean, at least Astra had themselves a decent game number 1 where they got 9 kills and an 8th place. But past that, it's been rough. Game 1 and 2, very rough for Fury. And then game 3, yeah, Jukesy gets them to a 7th place, but only 1 placement point out of that. So for those Aussie teams, things are going downhill. Carnage is going uphill at the moment, though. They had a 1st and then a 3rd there as well. So their fortunes certainly seem to have turned around a little bit, Xenox. I'm not sure it's going to be enough for them to be able to get into a very, very strong position, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Going to head to a quick break. Don't go too far, though. Miramar coming up after this.
Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports Tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our 2 Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everybody. We're done with Aaron Girl. Miramar coming up very, very shortly. 2 games to go tonight, Jordan. It has been everything tonight. We've had it all, really. Q Confirm dominating, the return of Buriram United, and, of course, an OCE win from our first 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Carnage, they put a win on the board, and then they put a 3rd place on the board as well to follow that. So not too disappointing of a night for them, all things considered. That said, you know, the pack that's leading from the front, they're just continuing to do the same as what we've seen from them throughout the first day. Heading into the second day, Q Confirm have found a win, Buriram have found a win, Cerberus have a 2nd place, and they've all been generally reasonably consistent. A 5th in there as well for Q Confirm, a 6th and a 5th for Cerberus, and a 7th as well for Buriram. So they're still kind of keeping into the placement points, even when they're not being able to get those big wins on the board. Taking a look at the top 5, Xenox, Jowman continues to lead from the front. Heisaki in there, Jay is in there. That was the top 3 going into our last game. What is interesting to see who's in 4 and 5, Tonkei and Nordra from Golden Cat and Buriram respectively. Certainly been seeing them up in the scoreboard quite a lot as well. So not really too surprised to see them in the top 5.
No, not at all. Nordra has really started to turn it on tonight, especially for Buriram. Has been a very, very big reason for their success. And, of course, not much of a surprise at all to see Q Confirm really hulking up a lot of the slots on both kills and damage. You know, Gems, JS, Jowman, the big 3 for Q Confirm, and everything they've been able to do so far here for PCS1 APAC. Heisaki's kind of had a really good team behind him, but he is also kind of going it alone in terms of damage and kills as well for Cerberus Esports. We're heading to Miramar, though, for match number 4, our second last match of the night. And Jordan, points per map does say Buram in first, apparently, for Miramar.
Yeah, for Miramar. Now, there are some caveats there, to be honest, Xenox. I mean, obviously, Miramar is one that we didn't get to see as much of as Erangel last night, so it's kind of hard to get a gauge as to how many of those points, can be really relied upon when you've only seen 2 maps. It's not a huge data set to pull from. But yeah, looking at Miramar, Buram certainly got a lot of kills on that map. Placement points were also pretty good for them. So they were doing solidly. The other teams to kind of shout out, Golden Cat and Q Confirm continued to put in good work. And it's not a huge surprise to see 3 of the top 4 teams being able to perform on both of these maps. Now, the one key takeaway for me, Xenox, is Cerberus had an awful night last night on Miramar. They got 1 placement point and 5 kills across the 2 maps. So they're going to be a team that we are seeing, perform pretty well right now. They're in second place, but like 90% of their points, even more maybe than 90% of their points, have come from Erangel.
Yeah, so there's not just them, but then there's also the opposite effect, which is like Bahamut Gaming, obviously on Miramar. So there are going to be differences between Miramar and Erangel. It does depend from time to time how much of it, really... It depends, though, on the team. Some teams, it's like a 50-50 split. Other teams, it's like pretty massive. Like in a really, really strange way when you think about it, Jordan. So what I want to see from this is the teams that struggled on Miramar on Thursday night, not last night, to turn things around. And what I wanted to see earlier on in the night was Bahamut Gaming turn things around on Erangel. That didn't happen. So now I'm intrigued. Do they bring their Miramar form back here into night 2?
Yeah, that's a good question. Fury Australia on your screen right now was a team that absolutely struggled on Miramar as well. They got 0 placement points and only 6 kills here. So they're a team that will certainly want to change their fortunes on this map. And it's quite strange, right? Because traditionally, this has been a map that we've actually associated quite positively with Fury in some of the previous tournaments that we've casted. Now, with the caveat obviously being that those are ANZ tournaments, so the meta may be a little bit different, something they're more used to, and a region that they generally have tended to dominate a little bit harder than APAC. But with that said, I had the expectation that Miramar would be a good map for them. And that didn't eventuate yesterday night, but there's always the opportunity to sort of turn that around, particularly heading into next week. I think that's the real talking point. It's like, okay, well, look, you might be fine to have a pretty rough Miramar week in week number 1, but you definitely need to have a good Miramar week in week 2, where 60% of the maps are going to be on Miramar.
Bahamut Gaming, 14th position. At one point, they were last, which was a while ago, and then of course on the first night they ended up picking up a win in match 4, which for us at the time kind of came out of nowhere. We were surprised. They hadn't really, I don't even think actually at that point they had found any placement points prior to that win. So they came out onto Miramar with a bang. Even the last game of that night, again on Miramar, they performed very, very well. It's like a different team. So my eyes are definitely on them. Day Trade, currently 6th position. They were another team kind of similar to Cerberus that didn't perform very well in the Charity Showdown. And I got to say, they've just been quietly going along now. We always see like Venauticas always running around, being very aggressive. Poochills, Métis, Flash, good players. Should have definitely won the last game in my eyes. I think they really threw that, but they've been a lot better here for PCS1 APAC.
Yeah, for sure. Day Trade are... I mean, they're not really in the discussion just yet, but they're kind of hanging around. They're like the gatekeeper at the moment. The way that I look at the standings, and you can see here right on the left of your screen, is that it's kind of a 4-horse race. Q Confirmed down to Golden Cat are probably the ones that are still able to win this tournament. But Maogi, Day Trade, DIC, Divine, MSC, and then to an extent, Astra and Fury, I'd probably still kind of keep in the discussion, but I think that's where things start to fall off a little bit for sort of the middle of the pack, if that makes sense. So I think for Day Trade, the turnaround that they've been able to have from what they did in Charity Showdown, which was not great at all. They ended up in 14th place to right now sitting there in 6th. That's a great turnaround for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like they've been good. They've been good to watch as well. Had they won that game, I think it would have been really reward for effort. Second place is okay. They still picked up kills. MSC Teraton as well is another team I would have expected more from coming into this tournament. Of course, they didn't participate in the Charity Showdown, so it's hard to really sort of gauge them as much, but they did win the Thailand series. They got the MVP, Yoshi Minburi, who has had a disastrous tournament so far, Jordan, after you know, these 9 matches or so, including this. We'll see how this one goes. Maybe he turns it around here, but I expected more. You know, the people who, you know, I asked about Yoshi Minburi, won the MVP. There's been a bit of storied history around him as well in the region. And I thought, you know, is this guy someone who can compete and live up to something like a Duckman, for instance, Jowman? Right now, he hasn't performed like any of them.
No, certainly not. He's been a bit of a non-factor, actually, quite frankly, for MSC. There have been a few sort of standout players, and they're largely the ones that we probably expected to see coming through from those top teams. And so that seems to have really continued here in PCS APAC #1. A couple of the other teams that I want to touch on that probably need to step up a little bit here on Miramar are Gearbox, interestingly enough, someone that still kind of continued to struggle today, but has had a bit of a better time, and Carnage. And now, Carnage kind of needed to step it up on both maps, and they've upheld their end of the bargain on Erangel. But if they're able to continue it here on Miramar, continue to stay within the placements, then they're probably going to have a bit of a better time. They so far haven't got a single placement point on Miramar. Now, they didn't have a single placement point going on to Erangel at all into Game 2 of tonight. They end up with quite a lot at the end of all 3 of our matches. So the opportunity is there. The possibility also is there. I think potential is really the word I'm looking for here for Carnage, in that it really can't go any worse than what it did yesterday night. They got 0 placement points. They got 1 kill on Miramar, and they might be able to turn that around. You know, it can't really go much worse unless you go 0 placement points, 0 kills. But God forbid that happens.
Yeah, God forbid. God forbid. We'll see how, of course, how things sort of transpire here for match number 4. Minute and a half until phase 2 now here on Miramar. Now, first game of Miramar for the night. Malky close by to the vicinity of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. The man surely takes these shots, although that's a very, very fast pickup. Chunk already went by him before he even potentially wanted to take those shots.
He can wait for the rest of the team. This is normally what you're going to see happen, is that man will just scout out and see how many players go past. This will be the 3rd. Now there's 1 more. He's taken the opportunity to fire, so has Entry Fragger. Perhaps they were waiting for Entry Fragger to get into position. Either way, some good damage done, but no kill. Jets jumped out. What's happened there? He's knocked himself out. Dakon's out of his vehicle as well. It's all kind of gone wrong from Maogi, thanks to this little rotation camp from Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Man's on the move. He wants to confirm this kill.
I mean, even though for Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they're so far into the blue, 30 seconds till phase 2, how much are you really going to gain from this? You're going to be so late into the next circle as well. From here, you kind of need to be clean and precise. There's a lot more on the line, probably for Maogi, considering their 5th place current position, whereas Eagle Sentinel Shooter in last place at the moment. But we'll see how that sort of takes place.
Yeah.
But then, long way to go here, as we are 5 seconds away from getting our phase 2 circle to get the island circles.
Do we get the dream? No. Disappointing. I was so looking forward to it. It's been like, I don't know, even more than a year now, really, since we saw that fabled circle in the ANZ Champs Season 1, which went all the way down to those islands. Actually, it happened twice in that season, and it hasn't ever happened since then, at least in any games that I've been casting. So, missing out. Flash is in a bad spot. There's no way you're going to get out of that one. AMC, too good. Couple of quick shots with the barrel. Looks like Divine, Golden Cat, and Day Trade have all run into each other on this rotate, and that's not going to be fun for any of these teams trying to get out of La Bendita.
It's not going to be fun at all. This might not be a fun game for a lot of teams. Miramar can be harsh. If you don't get the circles and you're running around out into the open, you're very much a shooting target.
Can I just say, by the way, guess who got the circle again? Guess who drops Impala?
Carnage.
Yeah. So, it's Carnage's day.
Yeah.
They're back.
That's what I said before. When it's your night, it's your night. You can.
In fact, they might even overtake Astra and Fury.
Off the back of this game, potentially, yeah. Lots still to be played out for this game in particular, but you're right, could happen. Fury have had a very, very rough night, unfortunately for them. Astra's been okay. It's not probably good enough, being a bit unfortunate at times. MC was, well, very much just easy walk up there. Matey Venotica downed and now eliminated. Puchel's lost with a life a day trade to go from a winning position in that last game to get the chicken dinner. Didn't get it. Fell short. Too much attention on Rain. Second place to Buru Ramp. Now potentially out in last place here. As another coach just popped up on your screen. Sure to claim that as quick as possible. Does obviously go very, very quickly. Gearbox and Victim Rise taking shots at each other just south of Impala at the moment, inside of the circle. We head back over to Golden Cat, who, well, I've just sat Zoid mate Maximus. No way he's going to be getting back up, and it's just been a rough night for Astra and Zoid as well.
Yeah, it certainly has. They still have a bit of distance to cover as well. Maogi's headed in their direction, so I'm not sure it'll get much better. Victim Rise have been a little bit better tonight than what they were last night, but they've really been eclipsed on the bottom end of the standings by Carnage so far tonight. I think Carnage has been sort of the silver lining of the bottom four. They've definitely done a lot of work, and that's put teams like APAC Gaming and VTR and Eagle as well down significantly further, right? Because Carnage was that team that was just like doing nothing yesterday, but now they're kind of popping off, and so makes things a bit interesting towards the bottom end of the standings. Gearbox, however, courtesy of Chin, find themselves a point, killing Kibirak, and then Fox plays back onto Jun. So it's just, this is one of those fights that you don't really want to get into if you're Gearbox or if you're VTR, but you're kind of just stuck in it by nature of being stuck in it.
It has been good to see, though, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, VTR have been amongst it early on here in match 4, the two teams down the very bottom. I've got to say, there's no team, at least in this lobby, this tournament, that is like dead last by like a mile. Like even Eagle Sentinel Shooter at times, Jordan, have looked okay. They've looked good as we go for phase 3 to Carnage can get another feed. No, they don't. It goes over to Buriram. United up north, hard circle shift. MSC as well, recipients to this sort of circle. Bahumat, their Miramar luck continues as well here for phase 3.
Gaming has spotted out Extreme. This is a long-range spray with a barrel. God's done well to hang on to it, but no tags onto Extreme in this case, because Lynxy have been spotted out by Nocturne of Maogi Esports as well. So this rotation just does not look like it's going to be easy for Astra at all. Admittedly, Extreme is inside the circle, so if Lynxy and Nikus can join up with him, they might be feeling a little bit more comfortable. But so far for Astra, it's just been a long, scenic route through Miramar, and they haven't really been able to play the game. They've just been rotating this whole time.
Got me out, Buriram, who have stepped up a notch here on night number 2, or day number 2, wherever you are in the world. 3rd place, only 2 points behind Cerberus. I've got to say, probably, like, well, Q-Confirm have been very, very good tonight, Jordan. Buriram has been right there, I think, in a very even manner. Like, that, to me, if we had only had tonight and we didn't have Thursday, they'd be neck and neck for, like, first. It'd be, like, very, very tight, very close. But Q-Confirm got off to a flyer on that first night, and that's why there's still that gap between them and GC, Buriram, Cerberus. But it's only like a 30-point gap, and those teams are all capable of picking up 20 to 25-point games if everything goes well.
Well, Cerberus, we saw a 17-kill win, so even increase that number up to 27, maybe 30 on a great day. It's obviously asking a lot, but these things can happen. We've seen it before. So to keep it within 30 points is certainly still keeping it within the discussion. Q-Confirm, at the moment, looking like they are the best team in the competition, but that can very quickly change next week when teams even have a little bit of extra time to go back and look at the VODs and figure out how things have gone wrong for them, how things went right for Q-Confirm, and maybe what they can do to alleviate that. Cerberus might not be able to do a whole lot in this game, though, having now lost Subang as well, and they'll be down to 2. Golden Cat being the proponent of that. Love to see that if you're a Golden Cat fan, because not only does it give points into the back pocket of Golden Cat, but it means Cerberus is going to have a tougher time, and that makes it all the more easy for Golden Cat to catch back up to them and overtake them again in this game.
That's the thing as well, though. It's not always just about first place. Ideally, yes, you want to be winning. Winning is always the mentality that you want to have. But if you're Buriram sitting in 4th, Jordan, 2nd place is just as spicy. It's just as good. And that's obviously very much neck and neck with Golden Cat and Cerberus. And at the end of the day, probably, I don't know actually off the top of my head what the pay difference is between 4th and 2nd, but it's usually substantial.
Yep. Looks like Turtle's having a bit of difficulty with the buggy, but we've got it on lockdown, all good. Circle Shift goes right on top of Bahumat Gaming. And we've been talking about them a little bit today, saying things haven't been quite so good for them, but they did win round 4 yesterday night, and we're in round 4 again tonight. So they might be able to do that once again. This say history repeats itself, and I wonder whether we're going to get an example of that here in PCS APAC. Certainly looking good for Bahamut Gaming in terms of positioning, but they don't have the numbers necessarily. They're only 2 players alive. Now, it's possible still with 2, but it doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence.
No, it doesn't. Although if we can get to another 7-8 minutes, then having 2 players is not the end of the world. But on Miramar, where everything is so open, it's very quickly, then likely you'll get picked up eventually. There's Samoy knocked down at the rock. Buriram, very slow going in this game, just the 1 kill, but getting amongst it a bit. Rin finding a knockdown on the kill feed onto Gold Meow. So Carnage, who, you know, night 1 had like 8 kills, which was okay, not horrible. Tonight it's been all about, it's almost been the opposite of night 1, where it's been all about the placements and less about the kills. The Cerberus finally eliminated, and not going to get much from this game at all, which does now give credence to Golden Cat and Buriram United. Their chances of being able to overtake them is exponentially increased.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Astra's position there on the minimap, and I'm wondering if that's where Golden Cat are looking to end up. It's a little compound. They'll be able to breach it, try to breach it. Victim Rise eliminated in the end there by Carnage. So some more points for Carnage. Might even be able to overtake 13th, 12th, 11th. Yeah, maybe even up to 10th actually out of this game. It really depends on how far they can go. There's a lot of places they can grab.
Like, if they win this game, they're only 12 points away from 5th. It's almost hard to believe, Jordan. That's how close this leaderboard is, besides the top 4 who are kind of running away with it. Tonkei, double knockdown onto the DIC members, JJ Leo and 74L1. Golden Cat coming out on top in this fight. Not too much of a surprise considering the way they've been handling themselves so far here. PCS1 APAC, Anquan, CBD, trying to get back into it at least for DIC. And in the end, it's working. And Tonkei is the last one standing for Golden Cat. He can make a last-ditch run for 6-ax. I don't think it'll be a successful one. Goes for the rock instead. The nade would have finished him off anyway. But Fury are hearing this, and they need to get involved. They need to try and rebuild some confidence, Jordan. Recapture some of that momentum that they had from night 1. Insight, spray, it's decent. Gets Anquan to half health. The nade only has 1 more to follow up from that. And it just bounces away from CVD and Anquan. But Fury, got to be aggressive here. Got to just rush in. You've got the numbers. Move as 2. Clear out these rooms, get the double kill.
Yeah, Insight might have been better off just firing there instead of cooking the grenade. He wasn't to know, I guess, that they were going to commit to the cross, but they did. CVD and Anquan could still ruin the game here for Fury. So Fury have the advantage, but they don't want to overcommit to this. They don't want to lose players right here because this is their opportunity to have a good game. This side of the circle is relatively quiet if they deal with DIC. But if they lose 2 players in doing so, it's not going to be worth it.
You don't want to lose anyone from this. You really shouldn't be. Oh, Wacky Lukat doesn't realize where Noctan. Anquan, not Noctan, is located. Anquan holding that position. In the end, though, it will be all 4 members of Fury Australia staying up. Not a bad circle for them as well.
It's a good trade from Ronan.
Very shortly after that, Astra going to get a bit of circle luck as well this game. It almost is reminiscent to night number 1, where on Miramar, they'd finally got a bit of circle luck, but had so much pressure from the teams around them. This might be the case here again. Buriram and Carnage out to the east. They're going to have to start moving at least within the next 30 seconds.
Indeed. This is the first real curveball that's been thrown to Carnage in this game. And they can get into the circle first, but then they'll have to be aware of Buriram behind them. There's an opportunity to move, though. As Chin starts firing those shots in the direction of Buriram, I'm looking at the map. I'm seeing Bryn, B2, and Monty getting into the circle. Now, they're in front of Buriram, and they've left Rain behind. It's an interesting maneuver, because if Rain gets the timing right, he can certainly backstab one of these Buriram players, or perhaps even more. The shots do come through, and Nordra goes down. Well done from Rain. Needs to be aware of someone turning around, but this is a good start for Buriram to this engagement.
I think the other members of Carnage as well have got eyes on Edie and Konaxi, so God Meow's kind of the unknown right now. Rain does have to be careful. He's at a lower ground position, doesn't have a whole lot of cover from the rest of his teammates. God Meow, I think he's going to finally spot him, and well, he does immediately flush him. That was probably always going to be the case because the rest of Carnage didn't have eyes on God Meow. Konaxi, a bit further pushed up. But this is a really good position for Carnage to try and gatekeep Buriram. It's a tough ask. Buriram United have found form. They've been very, very good over really the last 3 to 5 games. Carnage have definitely got a task in front of them, but if they can meet this task, Jordan, on the other side of it might be the opportunity to overtake Fury Australia.
Admittedly, Carnage has also found some pretty good form recently. Yes, they've had circle luck and they haven't had to do too much fighting, but they've been better than what we saw on day one. So they're on the up and up as well. It's a 3-on-3. God Meow leading the charge right now for Buriram, and the utility gets traded backwards and forwards. Some good damage. It's going to force God Meow to tuck his head. Eagle Sentinel Shooter arrive now, and this could be problematic for Carnage. It could be problematic as well for Buriram, because now that third partying team is going to be the one that is here to feast. It's entry fragger to finish off Carnage, and that's how quickly your fortunes can change.
Well, the same can be said for Eagle Sentinel Shooter, the team on the bottom place of the standings currently. You know, you just peek over that hill and all of a sudden you've just got everyone in your sightlines. You can see Carnage, you can see Buriram. They can just take shots at everyone. 4 quick kills. Eagle Sentinel Shooter can wipe out the remaining forces of Buriram United. God Meow. And Edie's still alive. Blue now pushing though. Eagle Sentinel Shooter should be able to finish this, and they do. Turtle found 1 kill for Divine in that, down a bit south. But Eagle Sentinel Shooter, Jordan, they get a bit of luck going their way here. 16th place, looking to try and overtake Victim Rise and force them down into the last place position.
Well, another team that gets that circle favorable is Q Confirm, and we know how solid they have been at converting these kinds of advantages. It's just another one presented on a silver platter for Q Confirm, who have been actually relatively quiet so far this game. They haven't been getting into any engagements. They're all going to be healthy. They've got 4 players alive. They'll have a lot of utility. And I think they're going to be ready to start fragging out fairly shortly.
Niku's able to get both Noctan and Jet. Should be able to get the revive. Astra will have 2 still alive here. Going towards the final 8 teams. Eagle Sentinel Shooter versus Divine. Down below them is QC. We've almost sort of forgotten about our perennial leaders, Jordan. Have got 4 alive. No kills. But something that we used to see in the Oceanic region is the old Atletico, who would usually have very low kills, but all 4 alive at this point in the game, they would usually go on and win. And the same can be said now for probably Q Confirmed. They're in this sort of position. Big fight, though, coming up in the next few moments, the next 30 seconds to a minute against Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They get the initial knockdown thanks to Jalman's nade onto Man. Still 3 up, though, for Eagle Sentinel Shooter. This is a lot of utility as being thrown back and forth between these 2 teams. Spit staying more so centered, not really up close with this fight. And for now, 365 do get a reprieve. They can get the revive, they can move forward.
Yeah, Q Confirm, not too eager to overcommit to that one. We'll see Link C dropping to the zone, which leaves just Nikus left alive for the moment, but he's also outside. And so he'll just give that one up. Astra get themselves another 8th place, another placement point on the board. Chin slugging away right now, so too is Tong K, although he's not necessarily doing the slugging per se, but he's at least trying to survive. Has been spotted, though, by Fury, and you can only imagine this doesn't last too long for him. The push is already starting to come in from inside. Ronan's over to his left. Golden Cat will go out in 7th. Another kill for Fury, but now they'll have to try and deal with Golden Cat, or rather with Q Confirm, I should say, who have suffered a loss. Xiaoman goes down to Chin, who's biding his time, that's for sure. Ronan's in trouble, though. JS will finish that, and it's surely a confirmed kill for Q Confirm. The trays are starting to come back in from Jukesy, though.
How much could Jukesy get here? Fury needed a bit of luck, needed to turn their fortunes around here. Match 4 here on Miramar, their old stomping grounds, where everything used to go right for them here. It hasn't quite been the case for PCS1 APAC. Insight finds one onto Alonix as he pushed up. Jukesy, though, still stuck towards the blue area. I'm not sure exactly how much more he's going to be able to contribute, though. MSC up north have still got Rossidet and Yoshimanburi, as you can see on your screens. Down south, Q Confirm are pretty much still controlling this entire area. Gearbox has still got a player, along with Eagle Sentinel Shooter, still pushing in, rotating around the south section of this circle. They've at least gotten off the bottom of the standings. Still a bit of work to be done, though, and Q Confirmed are going to make it very difficult for them. Even though they're only down to 3 players, everyone is 3 or less in terms of players. No teams left with 4 up.
Chin could ruin another team's day, though, as he keeps an eye on Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They haven't spotted him out just yet. There's utility headed in his direction, but it's just a smoke. And our attention back to Spit, who was also watching Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Chin doesn't quite get the second player.
Oh,
Finally, the headshot, man down, and he might actually be able to get the 1-on-3 now. The Molotovs get thrown on in. The grenade, a little bit too much for Chin, but he has certainly ruined the day of Eagle Sentinel Shooter, and Q Confirm are ready to capitalize.
Yep, ready to clean up. They're not going to be able to get at least more than one revive here without having to take a fight. Man's not going to get revived. Entry frag is up. Very low. Has to heal up first while at least still inside of the smoke. Has he been spotted? Oh, he has. Spit. That was just insane. One quick little goes tap, tap, basically into the smoke. Headshot sits him back down after the quick revive from Vandal 9. 8 kills from Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Certainly an improved performance for them here on Miramar match 4 of day 2. But it may be coming to an end very, very shortly. Bahamut Gaming still alive, Jordan. It is their map, of course. Not too much of a surprise. Q Confirm, only 4 kills, but soon to be potentially 5 if they can finish off Vandal.
And we'll just mention quickly, MSC did manage to get the res onto Elonix, so they're back to 3 players alive. It's Q Confirm and MSC that are looking like the powerhouses right now on Miramar. Eagle Sentinel Shooter hiding away in the hut. That's Vandal 9. Bahamut Gaming do have 2. So they're in the discussion. And Insight really at this point is just being a sneaky snake. He's trying to hope that no one will spot him out. But MSC know that he's around there somewhere. And they're starting to clear that area of the map. So I'd say his days are numbered. Q Confirm for me look like the team that's controlling the circle the best once again. I'd say that they're probably in the pole position to finish this game off.
MSC just pushing around up north, pushing into Insight's direction. They'll flush him out. Yoshimemburi finds his first kill of this match in particular for MSC Theateron. They have got the north side, but as you said, QC probably with the best side, which is the south side section of the circle for phase number 8. Jay is just watching the angle for Vandal. Knows he's inside of that shack. Bahamut with a bit of high ground though. Out to the east, I do wonder how much of an elevation do they have over QC. They might be actually on a very even playing field. More so just sort of like a west versus east. Bahamut on the east, QC on the west. Vandal throws out a smoke, but he's got JS watching the angle from Vandal's right-hand side. And that should be the end of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. No utility though. A lot of it we saw Jordan used very much a while ago from pretty much almost every team. There's maybe one more Molotov, and that might be the last Molotov. There's the last life as well for Vandal 9. 3 teams left, MSC, QC, and Bahamut Gaming, the kings of Miramar, it seems.
Well, MSC might actually get a reprieve because it looks like Bahamut and Q Confirm are going to go up against each other. Orm shot coming through from Art God. Does not connect. Has to fall back onto the barrel. Q Confirm definitely will want to deal with Bahamut Gaming, and you can see at the moment on the minimap, they're still a little bit concerned about what MSC is going to do. So they don't actually want to engage this fight right now. Svit, again, continues to be that scout to the north and keeps an eye on the road, seeing whether or not MSC is pushing in. It's actually kind of hanging on a knife's edge, really. This could go whichever way. Right now, I'm sort of favoring MSC. Yes, they have to cross the road, but no one's interested in them at the moment. Both Bahamut and Q Confirm have to deal with one another first, even though they have a better position. If MSC can get the timing and cross the road at the right time, they can third-party this fight, maybe even start the fight on their own terms. How many smokes do they have, though? I'm not sure that they have too many. Confirm have a couple at least. I have the storm right now, Xenox. We've had the chaos. Things are slowed down. We're about to have some chaos again. So, smokes are up for MSC. They look to cross the road, and this is where things start to get interesting.
What's even more interesting is if QC can find almost all of the kills here, plus the win, the gap will be reaching almost 50-point territory to that second and third places teams. My boy, knocked down onto Yoshimemburi. That's probably a good summarization of how his tournament has gone so far. Not really that good. Rossiter Jr. involved. Art God's going to be able to fall back though, get off that first aid kit. Jayers is so close to Art God. Gems knocked down onto Rossiter. QC start to push out. Although up close, Art God with the barrel. Nice knockdown onto Jayers. QC not going to be a far-gone conclusion that they win this game. My boy got Rossiter. MSC are just gone. They didn't even get to fire a shot, it seems like. Now it's a 2 versus 2 between the kings of every game and the kings of Miramar, which is, of course, Bahamut Gaming, apparently. Art God even takes out Gems. Sits him down. Svit's got the high ground, but he doesn't know where my boy is. Has to fall back. In a 1 versus 1 now here for match 4, day 2. Bahamut, do they find yet another win, as they did on night 1 for Miramar? High ground advantage for my boy, the Pan.
No way.
That would be hilarious. One way to finish it. Svit can't even get a heal off. One tap, one job. Well, that's it. Again, Bahamut Gaming, just as they did in night 1, take out match 4 on Miramar. My God.
I don't even know what to say about that pan. Maybe he was just trying to fake him out. You just look at that pan flying across your screen, you're thinking, what the hell is going on? And it gives you that 1 second distraction, that timing for the final player to peek across and finish the game off. Bahamut Gaming do win the first game on Miramar on night number 1 and now on night number 2 as well. What a crazy game, though. I really thought MSC was going to cause a bit of a problem there, but the unfortunate reality for them was that once they got across the road, there was no cover. If they would have been able to get into that dip, they might have been able to do something from there. But Bahamut Gaming was watching it. Art got hit a really nice spray, and that was the end of MSC. Once they were stuck on top of that road, they were up in no man's land. The smokes fade, and that's game over for them. Q Confirm were distracted enough as well that Bahamut Gaming were able to turn the 2-on-3 in their favor. Great performance from the team from the Philippines, who has been a little bit inconsistent, but when they're able to turn it on, they're looking really, really solid.
No, it's not when they're able to turn it on. It's whenever we go to Miramar, right?
That's true.
Like, it's as simple as that. I mean, you got the stats. Maybe we can look at it a bit more in the break, especially after that win now. I want to see sort of, or at least I want to know, like, if we have only, like, we've only played 3 games of Miramar, right? So, like, I'd love to know what sort of the Miramar leaderboard is right now. And if we ignore Erangel, because I'd say for Erangel, Bahamut's probably, like, dead last, most likely. But then, obviously, including just Miramar, they would probably be up there as one of the best teams. It's a stark contrast between the 2 maps for them. That means, of course, then for next week, they might be able to, say, continue to climb up the standings. We'll see, of course, if they're able to then do it again in this last game to come, which they were able to do on night 1. So I kind of backed them in. At this point, I'd back them in, Jordan. Like, I'd be like, yeah, Bahamut Gaming have a very strong chance they could go back-to-back here.
Well, what I can tell you instantly, I haven't obviously updated from that last game, but at least on Erangel, Bahamut Gaming so far have found a total of 4 points. 4 kills. They haven't had any placements there.
That's
the only
6
team,
games.
actually, so far, aside from Eagle Sentinel Shooter, who haven't been able to find some placement points. And yeah, they've been struggling on Erangel, that's fair to say. But Miramar certainly much better from them, and we'll get those updated stats when we come back from the break. But yeah, look, Bahamut Gaming, I don't know what it is about Miramar, but they certainly are one of those teams that seems to be able to make it work.
Yeah. Not just make it work, they're literally winning games. Like, they've won 2 games now. There's not too many teams for PCS1 APAC that can stake that claim and say they've won multiple chicken dinners. Like, besides Q Confirm, who have obviously won multiple chicken dinners. So, for Bahamut Gaming, they've got to start to try and, if they can take this Miramar form over to Erangel, like, it just seems like they would be able to compete for the top 3.
Yeah, they would be a real challenger. I mean, at the moment, they're not being able to do that. So you're right. They're going to need to do that next week. But look, for me right now, I'm happy to see them on Miramar, and I'm sure they're going to be happy going into next week to be seeing more Miramar maps.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a break. As we come back after that, it will be the final game of the night, of course, which means then that could be the end of the code. So make sure you stick back, come around after the break. There'll be more codes on the other side. One final match remaining for PCS 1 APAC tonight, and it will then put us at the halfway mark, 10 games out of 20. Jordan, Q confirm running away at the length of the Flemington Strait. It's a really long racetrack for those who aren't aware.
I don't think anyone's going to know what that is.
No one's going to know what it is. They're running away with it, though. There is still that little group behind them. The Peloton is usually the phrase you
I like
go
to call
with.
it the Peloton, yep.
The Peloton, which is like Golden Cat, Buriram, and Cerberus. Those are the teams that, in my eyes, still have a chance. But I'm almost, since we're at the halfway mark, just about one game to go, I'm almost ready to say the rest are done.
Yeah, I think you're probably on the money there. I don't see anyone from MSC or below being able to catch up to first place, at least. Maybe if one of Golden Cat, Buriram, or Cerberus sort of fall off the ladder a little bit, you might see someone, maybe MSC, Maogi. Day trade's been pretty okay so far. Bahumat, for example, if they were able to get the ball rolling on Erangel, get more than like 4 points over 6 maps of Erangel, they might be within a bit of a discussion. But we haven't seen that historically so far, so who's to say that we're going to get that in the future? Luckily for them, at least, there's more Miramar next week. Anyway, we were talking, Xenox, about Miramar quite a lot and Bahumat Gaming quite a lot in that last map. Obviously, they were able to pick up the win, and we were questioning, how much better is their Miramar than their Erangel? Well, I can say that it has been those 4 points that they've been able to pick up on Erangel, 0 placement points, 4 kill points. But what is even more sort of egregious of a stat is that 100% of their placement points obviously coming from Miramar, 24, and 15 kill points coming from Miramar as well, which is 80% of their kill points. And the split should really be, based on how many games we've had on each map, 66% of your points should be coming from Erangel, and 33 should be coming from Miramar. But Bahumat is 100% of their placements on Miramar and 80% of their kill points on Miramar. So just let that stat simmer for you a little bit.
Yeah, it's intriguing to sort of look at, isn't it? And it's night and day between Bahumat Gaming and like Cerberus Esports. And when you look at Cerberus, who are contesting for technically tied for third right now with Buriram United, and then you look at Bahumat, who is in ninth, and it's like a 30-point-something gap. It's just a stark difference between the domination of Cerberus on Erangel and their lack of domination on Miramar, and vice versa for Bahumat Gaming. Of course, one more game here to be played on Miramar. If Bahumat get like another 15-point game, Jordan, or so, that puts them a lot closer to Cerberus, and then it kind of evens that out there. The difference is, of course, a team like Q Confirm is doing it on both maps, right? I think it's like 60 to they're like 65, 35 or something like that. So that's their split. They are still doing a bit better on Erangel than they are on Miramar. But when they're doing so well on Erangel, that's not really an issue.
You should theoretically be getting. I mean, the split that Q Confirm have right now, 70-30 for placement points and 68-30 for kill points, is actually pretty much the ideal split based on the amount of games we've had so far. That's not going to be a fun start for Rain. And Chin, he knew exactly where he was. Rain was running around with the elephant feet. Gearbox is one of those interesting teams I've noticed, Xenox. I was taking a look back at the games that we saw on Thursday night and trying to figure out what their drop locations actually are. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out because they were all over the place. And I don't really blame Rain for going down there. I think it's just, Gearbox changing their spot and Carnage not really quite being prepared for it. It is what it is.
Yep. Well, with one game remaining here, we're reaching the halfway part, Jordan. I mean, there's too many surprises that we've seen for you. I mean, for me, I would say I'm not really surprised by too much that's taken place here for PCS. Like Q Confirm being the best team, not a surprise. There are the teams that are just below them, not a surprise. Is the gap being that large, especially from like first to fifth, being 70 points already? I'd say that's my only surprise right now.
Yeah, I would probably tend to agree. I think that I would have expected to see a little bit more close between maybe like 4, 5, and 6. Probably the other thing would be, I think maybe I expected Fury to place a little bit better than they have so far. They had that really sort of quiet period from about game 4 all the way through to game 7, 8 even. It was only into game 9, like tonight, yesterday night, last game, I should say, is the only game really they've actually performed tonight. And so I think that's a bit rough for them. Uchills is being pushed right now by Astra. He's burning alive. He won't survive. The Molotov's going to finish him off. So Lynxie will get that knock. And there should be a res here for Astra as well. Yeah, I would say I think Fury probably underperforming my expectations just a little bit today.
Yeah, not just them, but probably even Astra to a degree, right? We look at this team and we know what they're capable of. Carnage has been the opposite for the Oceanic teams, where they haven't been a disappointment. They haven't let anyone down. They've been amazing tonight. If they had been this good on night one, for the most part, they'd be mixing around that top 5 region, because they only had 8 points from their first 5 games. They've been a lot better here on night number 2. Still one game to be played. But one thing that I'm absolutely loving more than anything is sort of how close this lobby really is. Like, it's only 20 points, Jordan, from last to 5th. That's when it does get a bit of a jump. That next, top 4 is another massive jump. But only 20 points. Like, last is closer to 5th than 5th is to 3rd, or 4th in this case, I guess.
Which is always pretty interesting as well, right? I mean, there's these storylines about first place, and everyone wants to win, yes. But at some points in PUBG, you get to a position where you pretty much know who's going to win going into the final day. And we may well have that if Q Confirm continue to stretch this lead. But what is interesting is seeing where the rest of the placements are going to occur, because I think there is still quite a lot of discussion points to surround that. Second is still quite a significant portion of cash. Remember, this is a $200,000 tournament, so there's no shortage of cash available, and the split is pretty substantial once you start getting further and further up as well. For teams like those from the ANZ region that don't get that many PUBG tournaments to play in, it's actually quite substantial, the amount of money that you can get.
Bang just runs into Art God, sends him packing early on. Bahamut Gaming, who have usually been very good on Miramar, found themselves a bit of a crossroads early on. Nice headshot as well from Subang, a parting present to Shin Ryuji. Bahamut sitting around middle of the pack is probably about right, considering the form of Miramar. And really, if they can just turn things around on Aaron Cal, they'll be able to find themselves a big opportunity to finish around that 5th place mark. But if they don't, I don't see them getting much more. Basil takes a few shots. Cerberus amongst it early, looking to try and find the wipe onto Bahamut Gaming. Mr. Chan holding close by to Heisaki. Not too close, as Heisaki does now depart back. Falls away, heals up a bit. Of course, every fight that Cerberus takes and every movement that Cerberus takes as well, Jordan, is so crucial and vital that they don't lose this fight and get nothing from this game. And then if Q Confirm get another 10 points, that gap just widens and widens. Everything from here on out at the halfway mark means a lot.
Indeed. Mr. Chan quite close by to Heisaki. I dare say both of these teams will be feeling that they're not too eager to be involved in this fight, knowing that Bahamut Gaming pick up the majority of their points on Miramar. Another good chance for them here, but it could be sort of swept by the wayside if the timing's not too good for them. And Basil is on a mad flank, has caught Mr. Chan, hiding behind the rock. Bahamut Gaming now down to 2. And Cerberus on the front foot. This is where suddenly you start to think, well, you know what? Maybe we didn't want to take this fight, but now we do.
A minute 30 seconds till phase 2. A lot of time. Really, for Cerberus, they don't have to rush this. They've been cool, calm. 2 early kills, Bahamut being kind of just ripped apart, but slowly, one by one, at the seams from Cerberus Esports. And not too much of a surprise. I mean, despite Bahamut's performances on Miramar, Jordan, Cerberus as a whole, well, most of that's been on Erangel. When it comes down to just a normal 4v4, you back them in to win this sort of fight. Bahamut can't use the map to their advantage much in this sort of situation.
No, definitely not. Basil's not concerned at all. He's going to go and loot a few things up, and I think Cerberus will probably be pretty happy to just rotate away from this position if need be. They're going to fire some shots into the vehicles, and there we go. Heisaki's on the move. The rest are on the move. And so they've gotten what they want, a couple of points out of this, and now they'll set up shop, wait for the next circle shift to come in. It's always good to disengage that fight initially, because, you know, it takes a little bit of time sometimes to disengage. And once that circle shift comes in, you do want to be fully disengaged instead of still sort of in the process of disengaging. Lynxy will finish the kill onto 74L1, so early points on the board for Astra in this game. 2 of them already, courtesy of Lynxy. It's a better start. See where this circle shift does end up going. And that's going to tell us a lot as to who might be feeling good about the final game of tonight. It's down to the south, right over La Bendita, so we might see some of that crater gameplay that we love. Teams dancing around the top and then teams sort of hiding in the middle. If it does indeed shrink down towards La Bendita.
It's probably the best circle Astra's had all night. And maybe the best circle they've had since like match 4, which was on Miramar on the first night. They've had, I gotta say, Astra's probably had a lot of the circle luck on Miramar, but at the same time, they haven't had much else luck on Miramar. Like, they keep getting third party, they keep getting teams run over the top of them. So even though they're getting these circle, you know, the circle luck on Miramar games, they're not really able to capitalize on it. Like in the same vein that like Carnage was able to do so on Erangel tonight, where they were pretty much, you know, tumbleweed, you know, flowing by past them. They had no one really near them. We'll see what happens though, of course, but Astra need all the luck they can get in this sort of game to try and capitalize, which if they can, really, it's so weird seeing them in 11th, Jordan, but they're only 4 points behind 5th. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane how close things are towards the bottom end of the standings. I think that's largely in part due to, you know, the points that someone like, for example, Carnage has been able to soak up tonight, which traditionally you'd think those kinds of points would be going to these middle of the pack teams. And then, you know, the team that was in last place on day 1 and didn't really pick too much up generally doesn't pick much up for the rest of the competition. But they've turned their fortunes around, which has been pretty good. And it's meant that there's been less opportunities for the other teams, the middle of the pack teams, to get points on the board. So things are starting to shift in closer proximity as Carnage soak up
there's
more
a code.
Points. What code? I don't. Hang on,
Put
I
it
don't
in.
see it. Wait, put it in where? What? My Twitter account?
Work in game. On your Twitter account. What? No.
Follow me on Twitter? At Elfish Guy? What?
What?
Oh, free codes on at Xenoxcasts? I didn't know. Wait, hang on.
What?
Did I
Minute
just
and a
see
half
something?
until phase 3. We'll see. Look, I already put it in. I already got it.
Yeah, me too.
Easy.
Actually, we get to see it earlier. They gave it to us for free.
I heard if you're really nice to Elfish Sky, you get a higher percentage chance.
Mm-hmm. You say, I heart Elfish Guy in chat.
Yeah, if
and,
you say I love Elfish Sky in chat, you get a higher chance of getting a code.
Yep. Anyways, MSC heading on down. They're coming in from the north. Go past Cerberus, go past Bahamut Gaming. Turn our attention to An Kwan, who has got an enemy in his sights. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Well, the last one alive. I mean, really, you can wait for the perfect moment, but the better play is probably to just not even shoot. He's probably waiting for him to actually leave. He's waiting for man to leave. I mean, at this point now, in the blue, take the shot, I guess. Waits for him to stand still. Okay, there you go.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, well, DIC aren't going to get much more than that, though. As we head over to Gearbox now, breaching the compound of Carnage. It's been an up and down sort of night tonight for Carnage. They picked up their first chicken, did a nice nade, the entry frag from Jordan pushing in for Gearbox. Immediate second knockdown. That's one for the highlight reel. Push in with the nade and then the barrel up close to find 2 quick kills. Carnage didn't even know what hit them. It was over before it started. Gearbox, well played in that situation. Next circle, right on top of La Bendita. Margi Esports, MSC. Really good positions here as well around the crater.
I love this final circle. If it does continue to shrink on top of La Bendita, it's such an exciting one to watch. What a spray from NAMC onto An Kwan. That was miles away. And he gets it done with the barrel. Now going to have an opportunity at Eagle Sentinel Shooter, who will try to rotate past. They look like they'll be okay. Playing in that low ground, in that dip, making it a bit more difficult for NAMC to hit those shots. Fury Australia are absolutely sending it into the middle of the circle right now. And I don't know about this. It may work, it may not. They're going exactly in the direction of MSC, but it looks like Waikika and co, it's Jukesy in the buggy with him, have gotten into a building. I'm not sure that they're aware that MSC is there, but at least they've gotten to the cover.
Yeah, and look, there's enough room for Fury and MSC to hold out inside of La Bendita. But you kind of don't want this position unless you got nowhere else to go. And I think for Fury, they were coming in too late. They had nowhere else to really put themselves positionally. Like, the problem is if this continues on to Labendita, Jordan, you're going to have teams on top of the crater watching down as well as watching out, but they will be able to look downwards here. Not only that, but of course MSC is already here, and let's be real, Fury haven't been able to really be winning a lot of their fights recently. So we'll see how this one sort of translates as we move forward, but fortunately for Fury, they don't have to take this fight immediately. There's so much time. They're in the circle. Phase 4 most likely should include La Bendita as well.
It's very much a calculated risk from Fury, isn't it? They were very quick to get into La Bendita, so the chances of other teams being there already was reasonably low, and so they make it work. It can sort of come unstuck if they do inevitably have to move out of La Bendita. That's where you really just get gate-kept by the teams that are playing on the crater. But you can't get that crater position until the circle moves in. Eagle Sentinel shooter popping a few bullets on their rotation. That'll be from Divine, who's just to the north of them, but they're driving away, so they should be okay. And it's poor old Monty here for Carnage, who's going to go right past Buru Ram, and I don't see this going well, Xenox. Oh no, you don't stop here. Oh dear.
I mean, I don't know what else he's going to really do. If he doesn't stop or he gets blown up anyway, stands still, takes the last few shots, and
F's just...
Yeah, well, I think it just puts him out of his misery more than anything. And Carnage, I said they had an up and down sort of day. More highs than lows, especially compared to night number 1. So they'll be happy with their performance. Of course, it's not their fault that this lobby has been extremely close. That Victim Rise and Eagle Sentinel shooter still hot on their heels. As we are heading into phase number 4 now, as we watch Fury and MSC battle it out in La Bendita. Well, they're going to get the circle for phase 4 as well. Maogi outside of La Bendita. Astra still inside of the circle. And along with Day Trade, those 4 teams all inside. Well, technically 5. Sorry, I should include MSC and Fury. 5 teams really happy with this circle. Everyone else outside going to have to make their way in. Fury continuing to take the fight with MSC.
Definitely going to be scary for Fury, having insight on the ground at the moment. Rosito is looking for some damage. He misses the shot, though. M24 not paying off this time. Might have been better off with the rifle. And they do look like they're going to get the res onto inside, so it was quite an extended engagement, but Fury have gotten out of it unscathed for now. They might just want to put their heads down, to be quite honest with you, Xenox, because they aren't, yeah, like you say, they're not winning fights tonight. They've struggled here already against MSC. They're going to need to heal back on up, just reset themselves. It's been a rough night for them, but no sense throwing this game away, trying to deal with MSC. See what happens with the circle first.
You confirm, along with Victor Rise taking shots, Buru Ram out to the east of this circle for phase 4. You confirm we're going to be in a position, though, where they're going to be kind of close by to Cerberus and Buru Ram, 2 teams that are obviously hot on their heels for that first place position. Nade immediately towards Nordra, just stopped. Jowman's had a plan, push right up to his shack, though. They got the underarm nade on one side and cover the other side. Really well played. Not too much of a panic from Jowman. 6 bullets, though, has to go for the reload. No other choice. Edie's been eliminated, so is Nordra. Now Canaxi, 3 members of Buru Ram pretty much obliterated as God Meow's trying to 1v1 Jowman. He can't do anything. That nade should finish him off if he falls back. It does, but he's so low. You can throw the pan, it'll hit him, and it'll eliminate him. They are going to be finished off. In the end, it's Samoy from Victim Rise. Jowman doesn't really get much. In fact, you confirm don't really get much from Buru Ram's demise, other than the fact that they are going to be able to increase that gap on the 4th place team.
What an absolute cluster of fun that was, Xenox. For Jowman. I'm not sure he was enjoying it too much, to be quite frank. It was chaos. Either way, Gearbox. Looks like Jay and not too keen on taking that fight. Obviously, they're going to have to. Day Trade is in a very good spot. Gearbox will want to take control of this building. Kind of push them out. Can't be out in the open right now because Golden Cat is going to be coming in behind them. That's the danger in this point.
This has got another big QC game written on it, doesn't it? They're just going to run into Cerberus, wipe them, then have the high ground of La Bendita. I can see it now. There's, 18.5 minutes gone here for match 5. Final game of the day for PCS1 APAC. But QC on the verge of being at the halfway mark with like a 50-point gap. We'll see if if they're able to translate more kills here as they start to push into Cerberus on the map that I can see. PCS_map. If you haven't got that one up yet, you're missing out. Vandal 9 knocked down by Turtle. 4 health. Basil knocked down to the rock. 3 still up there for Cerberus. I did see on the kill feed they had a knockdown, so I think there's only 2 up. There is. Svit, Jayers. Last one's up for QC. Maybe I've been wrong in this regard, and QC might go out early here to the hands of Cerberus as well. That alone closes the gap immediately. Jayers trying to just make a run for it, but he's got nowhere to run. Camels from the other side from Victim Rise sits him down and eliminates him. Spits the last one up. So QC aren't going to get much from this game at all, Jordan. So kind of similar to night number 1 going into the last game, and then the last game itself, QC unable to exponentially increase that gap. Now gives Golden Cat Cerberus a chance to catch up a bit.
Yeah, but is Cerberus going to get out of this one without losing a player? I do wonder. Basil actually is confirmed in the end, so it'll be just 3 for Cerberus. Spit is still hanging on. You never know what he's going to be able to do. They've kind of forgotten about him. Everyone's moved on. VTR and Cerberus have bigger fish to fry at this point because they'll know that one another are in a pretty close proximity. So Spit might have an opportunity here to find a way out or to get a couple more kill points on the board, which is still pretty impactful. Speaking of, Lynxy able to finish Maximus off. So Golden Cat have lost themselves a player.
Victim Rise have the high ground in this fight, and Cerberus haven't really been able to improve their position on the map after being a team that helped take out Q Confirm. Well, they didn't get the kills directly. But this next fight now against Victim Rise, which is a team they can very much be, even without Basil. You push forward, you can then take this position. You'll be able to start to push into La Bandita. Of course, Phase 5 moved away from this crater, but looks like Victim Rise are more worried and just running. They're not wanting to take the fight head on with Cerberus, even though Victim Rise can essentially gatekeep Cerberus. If they allow them through this little valley, though, towards Genfos, then Cerberus will get inside of the circle. So for right now, they're not really in there except for Hayasaki. Svit's still around the area as well. You can kind of see his name there in the distance on the mini-map, kind of coming in behind Cerberus. Might be looking for a bit of revenge very shortly. Nice tap from Gemfos. Hayasaki's low. Spit's pushing him from behind for Q Confirm. They're not going to realize this at all. He might be able to get more than just one. Could really spell disaster for Cerberus. Although, dropping down that hill, he doesn't really get the sightline that he was wanted. That should be an easy knockdown. And it is. Subang immediately eliminated. Can Spit get any more than that? 50 health inside of the blue. Now Hayasaki knows where he's located.
Oh.
But it's the New Zealander. It's Lynxy who finishes him off.
How's he hit that? Where even is
know.
Lynxy? What? He's on the other side of the map, Xenox.
I know. How did he get that?
How did he even see? That can't be right. Oh, I don't even know. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that because I have no idea how that's happened. That's a huge shot from Lynxy. If so, that's gone so far. Anyway, La Bendita. We're going to be shifting away from that right on top of Maogi, who do admittedly have a 2-2 split. So they were hedging their bets pretty nicely. But Gakon is going to be feeling pretty happy about this. And if I'm Maogi, I'm going to be sending all 4 players into the center of the circle, which is exactly what they're doing.
Better game from Victim Rise. It's been kind of the theme tonight, Jordan. Is these bottom teams, Carnage, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, Victim Rise, have all had at least sort of 1 or 2 games where they've performed. It makes it so none of them are sort of sitting dead last with very little hope. And, well, they can all still compete right up to probably that 5th place. I'd say top 4's out of reach for those 3 teams that I mentioned. Although funnier things have happened. Here comes Bahamut Gaming, expert kings of Miramar. Hayasaki's going to be knocked out, and the initial knockdown's coming from my boy. As Ghoul is up for Cerberus, he's the only one that's up. I haven't got the flash just yet. I mean, if he can, or the flush just yet. I was going to say, if Ghoul wants to be aggressive and try and get the 1v2 to save his teammate, he may have had a chance. No longer, though. Nice reaction time from Shinryuji as well. Ghoul just running away. 8 health. Baihua literally just chasing him through the building. Has a Molotov, but he doesn't know where he's run to. He puts it behind him. He does get flashed from Ghoul. 14 health. Gonna go for the first aid kit. Has a bike. It's almost like he had an exit plan waiting.
This is a bit comical. Shinryu has been flashed, and somehow Ghoul's kind of gotten out of this one alive. Now there's a real thorn in the side because they can't exit this building without dealing with him. Waikikamuko has found Seymour. This is insanity. Fury on top of the airplane, and they're actually crushing VTR. What is going on?
Crushing them like that plane crashed to that building. 3 kills for Fury coming up once that bleeds out. As we've got, what, 35 seconds till phase 7. 24 minutes gone to this final game. 10 teams, 29 alive. Kamels on the move. MSC is still here. Rossiter Jr., Yanku, all 4 members of MSC are still alive. A little bit of separation here within this La Bendita crater. Rossiter, you can actually just see Camels is watching him from the other building close by. Fury way further south. Up top of the crater is Gearbox going for the revive. Camels does spot Yoshiminburi. Up close to him, though, is Rossiter Jr. Phase 7 now coming up for us. Mogi Esports get fed again. Yes, they do. Sorry, Jordan. It's been the feed night, and this time it's Mogi's turn.
Well, to be honest, have kind of had a bit of hard luck so far tonight, so it's nice to see them having a bit of that circle favor. We still have to deal with Divine, and Mogi are doing that relatively okay. They've also dispatched of 1 more of the Astra members, so they're down to 2. Fury keeping themselves alive, Xenox. They've been in the wars a little bit, but they've got points on the board. They're getting close to being in the placements, and maybe they can turn their night around with a decent finish here.
No kills yet for Golden Cat. Right now, with QC obviously getting very little from this game, Cerberus, Golden Cat, Buriram unable to capitalize, but maybe gives the rest of the pack a chance. Nice headshot from Ronan from a lower ground position as well. High ground, not too much of an advantage apparently for Gearbox. Nikus and Astra helping from a distance as well, helping out Fury with a third party onto Gearbox. Nice headshot from Waikikamuko. Ronan Slow has to fall back, but he can't go too far. You can see that blue zone is now moving. J-End inside of the blues. Juxi pushes up. Does he check? He goes for the flush on the Y8. He can't get the second one with the J-End. Pan takes a few shots, but not all of them. Although that's going to be the end of Victim Rise. There is still 1 member of Gearbox to deal with up onto the top. That's going to be the end of J-End, eliminated by Insight as Linksy finds a double nose. This one. It's just Tanoi. Tonke inside of the shack. Veronica from behind. 55 seconds till phase 8. Molotov is on the outside, not on the inside. Shouldn't spread in trouble. Oh, he moves it anyway, though. Veronica's going to get him. He was very low. Fury have just been wiped by MSC. Yoshiminburi and Rossiter Jr. have just wiped out all 3 members that were still alive. And we're down to 6 teams when only 2 minutes ago we had like 10.
I mean, it's all happening at the moment, all over the map. It's going to be Astra that are under the pump right now, though. The shots coming through from Venotica. Linksy can't survive either. Astra out in 6th. And Mogi are still sitting pretty in their compound. Divine trying to push in, trying to put some damage across and get as many points out of this game as they can before dealing with Mogi. MSC still cowering away behind the crater. They have day trade to deal with as well. I mean, it's Mogi's game to lose, especially when they're in the center of the circle. They've got the compound. There's no way they don't get this next one as well. Goes right on top of them. But who comes in second? Who gets the maximum points out of this available? If not Mogi.
Well, you look at that leaderboard, Jordan, and whoever wins this game, right, of these 4, you'd think probably joins that top, well, not top 4, more so 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right? They don't quite catch up to Q Confirm, but should theoretically kind of get close to Buriram, Golden Cat, and potentially Cerberus, depending on, of course, how many kills from here they get, plus the win. It could be the case. Might be high 60s, but even then, high 60s is not so bad, because it just means that one of these 4 teams, they're kind of back in the race for at least 2nd place at a minimum.
Everyone wants to just settle down for a little bit, try and focus some of the attention away from them. It's a case of, if it gets into the first engagement, may well get third-partied. No one wants to be that unfortunate soul. Venotica, Flash, and Métis are just inside of the safe zone. I mean, I guess Métis kind of outside, but he can get in okay. MSC know that they need to do something, but I don't know about this one. Crossing a complete open ground. There's a crossfire between every single team. That's what I'm talking about, Xenox. No one wants to be the team to make the first move. Unfortunately for MSC, they have been, and they have just been slaughtered. That was a firing squad.
It was a firing squad. MSC have probably had more downs than ups this tournament. Fair to say that one. And for them, Rossiter Jr., last one alive now. Mulgi still with 4. A lot of teams around them, but from this position, surely a couple more kills and a win should be their destiny from here. 3 up still for Day Trade, 3 up still for Divine. Divine making their way back into the top 5. They've gone about it quietly as well. They haven't been flashy. Nikki, Turtle, Namsi, all still up, Jordan, but they're getting the job done, I guess, outside of our perspective, outside of our view. They haven't been flashy. They haven't been in our faces about it.
Divine could certainly be a problem for Maogi Esports here. They're just above them. I guess, again, the thing is, though, if Divine starts fighting Maogi, that's where Day Trade tries to get aggressive. So everyone wants to take that first move right now. They're all just going to slowly but surely push on in. The closest to the center of the circle right now is still Maogi. Day Trade are also kind of there, but they all have to leave cover. So it's just a case of who actually has to leave cover that half second or couple of seconds before their opposition. I think Day Trade don't look too bad right now.
They certainly do not. 7 kills this game as well. They've definitely had a much better day 2 compared to day 1. Not that day 1 was all that bad. Really, all these teams, even MST kind of included, have all been there about the middle of the pack. They just haven't been as good as, say, the top 4. The top 4 have been in their own echelon. Everyone else, really, from 5th to last, could all beat each other. That's the way it seems. Like, you've got to put them in a 4v4 fight from 5th to 16th. I don't know who you would back. Divine are just completely being decimated by utilities, smokes, molotovs, and nades. And now Maogi Esports push out of their compound. They haven't been in a lot of fights. They haven't needed to be. But now with all this utility, they can push out. They wipe out Divine Esports in 3rd. Day Trade was next, and Day Trade's gone as well immediately. Maogi Esports making quick work of Day Trade and Divine. They shift up into the top 5 as well off the back of that win. 17 points in the back pocket.
They had 2 kills going into that final 3-team engagement, and they end up with 7 kill points. So not too bad of a result in the end. They're getting 5 of them. 17 points, as you say. Day Trade also keeping themselves chugging along quite nicely. They're still pretty interesting of a team in the middle of the pack. Same with Divine. Nice to see Fury being able to get something on the board as well as Astra as well. It's a lot of the middle of the pack teams getting points out of our final game of today. One key point to take a look at, though, Bahumat Gaming this time struggling on Miramar, and it has been a map that's been very successful for them throughout this competition so far, but not so this time. The big 3, though, largely missing out. Cerberus, only 7 points out of that. Q Confirm 2 and Golden Cat 1. So it certainly does give the opportunity for the rest of that pack to start catching up to the top 4.
Yep. Well, there's only 10 games to go. This is the thing now. We're at the halfway point. So we're not past it yet, but we're at the halfway point. The gap for first is large. The gap from then the 3 teams below first is also quite substantially large. Although Maogi Esports only 15 points behind Buriram, it's not too bad. But you can see this trend. Q Confirm running away with things, 3 chicken dinners, but 34-point gap. It's not impossible, obviously, for the likes of Cerberus, Golden Cat, Buriram. We've stated that multiple times, Jordan, but everyone below them, like, I don't know if Maogi, Day Trade, Divine, MSC, have they got what it takes for first? Probably not, but they can still get second, so there's still so much to play for. It is an excruciatingly close lobby that we've got here for APAC.
Yeah, I got to give you some credit as well, Xenox. You said at the start of today, you know, what kind of a number would you be happy with? And you threw about 120 in there. I sort of scoffed at that. I thought, you know, surely they're not going to be able to put 2 60-plus days on the board, and yet Q Confirm have more or less done that. Now, admittedly, it hasn't been as good as their day 1, but they had a 1st place and a 2nd place today. They had a 5th place in there with 10 kills as well. So they've really been continuing to put that pressure on the scoreboard. And what's crazy about this for Q Confirm is that they're getting more than 11 points a game. They're almost getting 12 points a game, Xenox. That's just unreasonable numbers. And, you know, I thought this exact thing after day 1. I said, there's no way they're going to be able to keep that kind of a number up. But they've done it 2 days in a row. So who's to say they can't do it next week? Who's to say that they're not going to come out of this competition with 200-plus points out of a 20-round tournament? It's unbelievable.
But when you look at the kill points alone for Q Confirm, 70 kill points, which is more than every team except for Cerberus, Golden Cat, and Buriram's total points. So from 5th to 16th, they've all got less total points than kill points for Q Confirm. nuts, incredible. Then you consider they're also dominating placement points wise as well with 47. So they're doing it in all facets. They're getting kills, a lot of kills, and they're getting a lot of placement points, which is why, as you said, they're averaging a ridiculous margin per match. And with only 10 games remaining now, so if we look at this as the halfway mark and we're like, okay, right now I would say Q-Confirm has kind of set the standard that if you want to win PCS1 APAC with 10 games remaining, you're going to have to be around 200, 220 points. Like that's probably the figure you'd be looking at. So for every other team from here on out, Jordan, with 10 games remaining, if we look at even just like Cerberus, Golden Cat, and Buriram, they're going to need like 140, 150 points in 10 games. That's an average of 14, 15 points a game. That is very unlikely.
I mean, it's crazy when you look at the scores that they were able to get in the Charity Showdown, Division X. 165 points was first place. And that was also including Creatori, who only got 55 points out of the 20 games. So things are looking a bit rough for everyone else. I think Q-Confirm are just going to run away with this.
Well, we do have one of our interviewees ready to go. I think it may actually be our only one. It is B2 from Carnage Esports, of course, Oceanic team, able to pick up a win. Not just a win, but their first win, of course. B2, congratulations. Your first win as a team internationally. The first, I don't know if you actually saw the stat, but it's also the first Oceanic win at an international level since 2019 in August.
I saw that, and I was pretty surprised, actually, because I thought I've seen our teams actually perform consistently well overseas. I guess they haven't just converted it into a win. I mean, we're pretty lucky there to get that feed at the compound there, and we got a few kills stolen, and we couldn't really shoot much. So it was unfortunate that we only got 3 kills, but I'll take it.
All right, a question from me then as well. Let's talk about your mentality coming into today. Obviously, day one wasn't too great for Carnage. You come into game number 1 and Bryn gets one tapped straight out of the truck. Is it kind of just feeling like, it's more of the same? Or were you guys feeling pretty comfortable with your mentality, like regardless of what was sort of being thrown at you?
We were definitely a lot more comfortable today, I suppose, because coming into this tournament, coming into the tournament, we knew that they have a different style of play, but until you actually experience it, you can't actually get a grasp of how different it is. And we were thrown off by that a bit yesterday, and we looked really carefully at what things we can do and how we can adapt. And I think we adapted fairly well. We did make a few errors there, which cost us a few points here and there. And there was some just random things happening as well with some people. Like we had like 1 or 2 cars in both Miramar games, and we've been getting randomly dropped on it in Impala, which they've never come before. It's just a bit throws us off a bit, but we've just got to deal with it really.
B2, before I let you go, just one more question for you guys, sort of going into now the last 10 games. Now we've done the first 10 games. What for you guys is now the goal from here on out? Is it a certain placing? Like, do you want like top 10, or is it a certain amount of points, or is it just more of an understanding of the competition you're playing against, learning? Is it just a learning process?
It is definitely a learning process, but in all honesty, we can still reach the point gap difference is not that high. We can still reach top 6 here, I think, and that'd be a good result for us.
Yeah, awesome. Any shout outs before I let you go?
Not really, no. Thanks for everyone, I guess.
What about Carnage?
Yes, thanks Carnage for supporting us. We love you, and everyone cheering us on, I guess. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks. Best of luck, of course, for next week, mate.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, Jordan, just before we wrap things up, I get your final thoughts at the halfway mark now for PCS1 APAC.
Well, I got to say, I was not expecting that kind of dominance from any team, to be honest, in the PCS Series 1. But Q-Confirm looking like they're going to run away with things. That said, we've been sort of highlighting the fact that they were a little inconsistent over the Charity Showdown. And if things slow down in the second half of this competition, there are a few teams that are still within striking distance. I think they're going to need to keep up the pace, but they're not going to need to keep up quite as much of a pace. So Cerberus, Golden Cat, Buriram, for me, are the ones that are still in the discussion. Oggy onwards are fighting for just a bit of extra cash.
Well, that's going to be us done for PCS1 APAC. In 2.5 hours' time, it will be Europe on the big stage. Of course, if you're still interested in those codes, there will be more given away during the Europe broadcast. That's going to be in 2.5 hours' time. For us, though, we'll see you next Thursday.